Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2891. It was impossible for Bao Qi and Shea to stop the dozen demon kings. Everyone knew this. The demon kings knew this, and so did Yang Kai. Although they were the first demon kings to submit to Yang Kai, they didn't do it willingly, so their loyalty was greatly reduced. Yang Kai never expected them to submit to him wholeheartedly and obey his orders. He only needed to control the life and death of these demon kings. They were outnumbered, but if they disobeyed Yang Kai's orders, they would probably die on the spot. That was why Bao Qi and Shea only hesitated for a moment before intercepting the demon kings. Fortunately, these demon kings seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai's strength. They wanted him to pass through, so they didn't immediately attack Bao Qi and Shea. Instead, they chased after Bao Qi and Shea and tried to buy time. This made Bao Qi and Shea overjoyed. They used their strongest abilities and broke through the encirclement of the demon kings. The 100,000 wizard bull tribe continued to advance. This was an extremely difficult advance. The further they advanced, the more resistance they encountered. Although the demon kings they encountered didn't dare to get too close, they followed behind them from afar. They constantly used their abilities to disturb the wizard bull tribe's pace. Tribe members kept falling behind, like snowflakes falling on the ground and quickly melting away. Even if the tribe had demon kings like Makoto and Felix protecting them, they couldn't change the situation. Looking at the location of the world passage, it was still far away. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the insect enslavement bracelet, releasing the soul-eating insects. The soul-eating insects had grown a lot in the past 2 years of war. Most of the time, the wizard bull tribe relied on these exotic insects to achieve glorious victories. The soul-eating insects weren't very effective against existences above the demon king level, but against the demon race below the demon king level, they were very effective. Large swarms of insects flew out, producing a series of buzzing noises. Wherever the swarms of insects passed, the demons let out miserable howls and fell to the ground, dead. The soul-eating insects ate almost everything. Demonic chi and divine souls were their food. The seemingly weak insects were extremely tenacious. Even if they were cut by the sharpest weapons, only a white mark would be left. When the insect cloud appeared, the demon race around them retreated, greatly reducing the wizard bull tribe's losses. Muffled thunderous sounds continued to resound in the sky. Those were the sounds of the saints fighting to the death. The sky changed color and the wind and clouds changed. The actions of the saints had already changed the laws of the surrounding 10,000 miles. The Voodoo Bull clan continued to advance. Almost every step they took, they had to pay a heavy price. The 100,000 people gradually became 90,000, 80,000, 50,000, after an hour. When the wizard bull tribe rushed to the bottom of the world passage, Yang Kai looked back. Of the people who followed him here, there were less than 30,000 left. This was the center of the demon race's army. There were no more allies in sight. The wizard bull tribe had truly fallen into a situation where they were fighting alone. Of the 10 demon kings, only Makoto and Felix were left. The other 8 were sent out by Yang Kai halfway. Yang Kai could sense that half of the 8 demon kings were dead, and the other half were not in good condition. Defend! Yang Kai raised his sword and shouted. The 30,000 people immediately formed a formation. With Yang Kai as the center, they formed a circle and defended with all their might. The insect cloud gathered at the outermost part of the formation. These strange insects had previously displayed terrifying killing power, so they were a great deterrent to the demon race. The wizard bull tribe had fewer people, but their formation was more compact, and their defense was more effective. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out the rainbow mud. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Right above him was the location of the world passage. The gap in the sky had not healed for many years. Yang Kai could even feel the rolling demonic chi. It was an extremely cold and violent aura that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. I hope it works. He muttered softly. Then, He threw the rainbow mud on the ground and stared at it. His actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the demon kings around him. Although they did not know what he was doing, the demon kings instinctively felt uneasy. The wizard bull tribe's goal was clear. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the world passage. It was obvious that they wanted to use the world passage. How could the demon kings just sit back and do nothing? After the orders were given, the demon race that surrounded the wizard bull tribe finally launched their attack. The insect cloud surged and swallowed large areas of the demon race. However, it was still unable to stop the flood of steel. The 30,000 wizard bull tribe defended their positions. The wizard chanted incantations and buffed all their people with wizard enhancement spells. The bloody battle began in an instant. Makoto's figure suddenly disappeared. Other than Yang Kai, who could sense her position, even the strongest demon king could not catch her trace. She disappeared in a flash in the demon race's camp. Every time she attacked, someone would die in her hands. She was the strongest assassin in the demon race. She was an assassin on the level of a demon king. Other than those who were on the same level as her, no one could survive her assassination. One by one, the demon kings who were commanding outside died under Makoto's assassination. The demon race's camp was in an uproar. Felix also made his move. The netherworld ghost fire that was waved out of Skeleton's hands was something that even the demon kings did not dare to touch. Wherever the ghost fire passed, groups of demon race members were burned to ashes. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the rainbow mud. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Butterfly, "Why is it useless? Is it going to be buried underground?" Butterfly said that this was the key to victory and the opportunity to seal the world path. However, Yang Kai found that the rainbow mud did not react at all. Butterfly looked at him and said lightly, "It will be useful." "When?" Yang Kai asked. 100,000 wizard bull tribe members had rushed into the heart of the demon race's army under his leadership. They had only reached here after losing 70% of their members. If this rainbow mud was just a trick, or if it was just a trick used by the wizard saints to attract the demon race, then the price to pay was too high. Not getting a response from Butterfly, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. He raised his hand and several moon blades flew out. In an instant, they plowed open a wide area among the demon race's army. He withdrew his attention from the rainbow mud. He did not care whether this could really seal the world path. Right now, he just wanted to kill to his heart's content. He was the leader of the wizard bull tribe. His target was not the demon race's soldiers, so he turned his eyes to the demon kings hidden in the surroundings. Yang Kai's figure began to flicker in and out of the battlefield. Wherever the myriad sword swung, the demon race's soldiers would be thrown off their feet. All the demon kings that were targeted by him died under his sword. Not a single one was able to escape. He was like the Grim Reaper, and the myriad sword was his weapon of choice. The death of the demon kings caused the demon race's camp to become even more chaotic. The pressure on the wizard bull tribe decreased rapidly. The defensive circle even showed signs of expanding, but this was just a facade. Countless demon race soldiers were gathered in all directions. The 30,000 wizard bull tribe members could not win in this environment. Even if Yang Kai was invincible, in the end, all 30,000 would be killed. At this moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard. It was like a heart that had been awakened from ancient times. It beat fiercely. The sound was directly transmitted to people's hearts. Everyone who heard this sound could not help but feel their chests tighten and their blood boil. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the source of the sound. Yang Kai also took a glance and soon revealed a look of surprise. Because the seven-colored mud he threw on the ground finally reacted. A seven-colored light bloomed, and there was a faint surge of vitality contained within. This strange scene made the two clansmen very surprised. The seven-colored brilliance slowly dissipated and was replaced by a soft green light. A small sprout suddenly grew from the ground. It was so green that it seemed to break at the slightest touch. Yang Kai flashed to the side of the green sprout. He felt that this aura was more and more familiar. "It's useful," Butterfly said softly. Her eyes stared at the green sprout with a complicated expression. "Just by relying on this?" Yang Kai showed a doubtful look. What could a green sprout like this do? How could it block the world path in the sky? Before he finished speaking, the green sprout suddenly grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a sapling appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was not the end. The sapling grew at an astonishing speed. In the time it took to take another breath, it had grown into a small tree that was 10 feet tall. The canopy of the tree was fluffy and the branches and leaves were lush. Moreover, the growth speed was getting faster and faster. There was no sign of it stopping. Kacha, cracks began to appear on the ground one after another. Those were the roots of the tree. Yang Kai could not help but retreat. The more he retreated, the farther he went, the higher his eyes looked. 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, that patch of green sprouts had turned into a towering tree that reached into the clouds and connected the heavens and the earth. The lush greenery formed an extremely sharp contrast with the surrounding pitch-black demon chi. A green light was emitted from the tree, forming a strong and powerful layer of protection. It shrouded the surviving wizard of the Ox tribe, shielding them from the wind and thunder. Large swaths of demonic chi were purified by the green light and dissipated into the sky. The demon race members were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a daze. "Senior Green!" Yang Kai cried out in a low voice. He finally understood that the tree in front of him did not grow out of thin air. There was no such miraculous tree in the world. It was the evergreen god tree. The guardian god of the snow frost tribe. In the beginning, Yang Kai felt that the vitality wrapped in the rainbow-colored mud was somewhat familiar. However, he did not dare to associate it with green. After all, there were some differences between the two. However, when the 500-foot-tall tree appeared in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized it. Green was the method used by the barbarians to block the world path. Green did not stop growing. Instead, it continued to grow taller and bigger. The green protective circle it formed also became more and more magnificent. From the looks of it, it was going to grow to the front of the world path and use its imposing body to block it. Chapter 2892. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, an old face appeared on the trunk in front of Yang Kai. He smiled slightly and said, "Wizard Ox, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again. I didn't expect to meet you here." Yang Kai wiped the blood on his face. The old face said amiably, "I wasn't wrong. You are growing very fast. Perhaps the world will be yours in the future." Yang Kai shook his head and did not comment on this. He asked curiously, "Senior, aren't you in Snow Frost City? Is this your avatar?" "Avatar? No, this is not my avatar. This is me." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he immediately realized something. "Senior, are you going to sacrifice yourself for a noble cause?" Qing laughed heartily. "The world path is too mysterious. This is the only way to seal it. I have lived long enough and witnessed the invasion of the demon race twice. The last time, I couldn't do anything. This time, I want to do something. Over the years, I have received a lot of care from the barbarians. Maybe there are other ways." Yang Kai frowned. The face on the trunk shook as if shaking his head. "I left Snow Frost City, and I can't go back anymore." At this moment, Yang Kai understood a lot of things. The evergreen divine tree had guarded Snow Frost City for tens of thousands of years and had never left. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. There should be some close connection between him and the land. But this time, in order to seal the world path, he left the land that had nurtured him for tens of thousands of years. He condensed all his essence into a point and hid it in the colorful mud, letting Yang Kai bring it to the bottom of the world path. This was an irreversible process. Qing's current growth was just a reflection of the setting sun. Yang Kai was in awe. He held his chest and said, "The barbarians will see seniors sacrifice, and future generations will remember your contributions." Qing laughed, "You don't have to comfort me. I am ready." After a pause, Qing became more serious. "Before that, I need your help. Senior, don't worry. The Wizard Ox tribe will guard this place." "All right." The old face nodded and then disappeared. Yang Kai turned to look at Butterfly. "Why aren't you talking?" Butterfly asked, "What do you want to say?" "Did you already know?" Butterfly said, "That's right." Yang Kai looked at her strangely, trying to find some clues from her face. But Dai's expression was indifferent, as if she and Qing were strangers. Butterfly was very different from when they first met 2 years ago. Her personality had undergone a huge change. Yang Kai even doubted if she was still the same Butterfly as before. He shook his head. "Don't do what he wants." Qing's rapid growth didn't stop at all. While he was conversing with Yang Kai, the huge evergreen divine tree had already grown from 500 feet to 300 feet tall. If one looked up, they wouldn't even be able to see where the crown of the tree was. Everyone on the battlefield noticed this unusual situation. The barbarians cheered. Many people recognized that it was the guardian of Snow Frost City. Under the excitement of shouting, more people learned this information. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and everyone seemed to be reborn. Although Qing was only the guardian of the Snow Frost tribe, his fame had already spread throughout the barbarian tribes. Although no one had ever seen Qing display his power, everyone said that he was a powerhouse comparable to the Wizard Saint. Because he wasn't a barbarian, the barbarians only had 4 saints. But he was another saint. At this moment, such a powerful helper suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, he went deep into the heart of the demon race's army, which naturally made the barbarians excited. Everyone seemed to see the demon race's army being defeated like a landslide. The appearance of Qing made the barbarians' morale soar. Their defensive circle shrank. 30,000 people became 20,000, and then 15,000. Tiger's cavalry was reduced to less than 1,000. Every one of them was covered in blood. Some of them were their own, and some of them were the enemy. The cavalry had changed their weapons several times. Yang Kai continued to take out pills and medicines and fed them to the Witchcraft Bull tribe sorcerers. Even the 6 demon kings were able to replenish their energy. It was because of these pills that everyone was able to hold on until now. The crown of the evergreen god tree had already reached the clouds. He couldn't see it at all. As long as he had enough time, he would eventually reach the world path. Time. The most important thing now was time. The demon race obviously wouldn't give the Wizard Bull tribe this chance. An even more ferocious attack was launched. Although the Wizard Bull tribe tried their best to defend, they couldn't stop it. The huge disadvantage in numbers made the Wizard Bull tribe unable to do anything. There was a commotion. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the Wizard Bull tribe members had suffered heavy casualties. The demon race finally broke through the perilous defensive circle. A large number of demon race members poured in through the gap and killed wantonly. Yang Kai rushed over. Myriads of swords flew out and blocked the gap with his own strength. This gave the surrounding people a chance to cushion the attack. However, in the next moment, another gap appeared on the other side. Yang Kai shouted. Felix immediately rushed over. The pitch-black skeleton burned with green flames as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. It blocked the demon race's attack. A third gap appeared. The Wizard Bull tribe's defensive circle was like a dilapidated house. It was leaking everywhere on a rainy night. Countless demon race members broke through the defensive circle. A portion of them stayed behind to hold back the Wizard Bull tribe members while the rest rushed towards the evergreen god tree. Some of them gathered under the tree roots and waved their weapons desperately. It was as if they wanted to cut down the evergreen god tree. Many of the demon race members leaped onto the tree trunk and started destroying it without restraint. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He wanted to split himself into a million clones. At this crucial moment, a commotion suddenly came from the periphery. At the same time that the ground trembled, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was mixed with miserable cries. A badly damaged barbarian team suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's vision. The leader was a wizard king. Yang Kai thought that he looked familiar. He seemed to be a wizard king from the Snow Frost tribe. In the past 2 years, Yang Kai had interacted with many wizard kings. Even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had seen them face to face a few times. He didn't remember wrongly. This wizard king was definitely from the Snow Frost tribe. The wizard king had an ice dragon in his hand. It wandered around the battlefield and greatly relieved the wizard bull tribe's urgent situation. He then shouted, "Kill!" The Snow Frost tribe members shouted in response. The Wizard Bull tribe's morale was boosted. They cooperated with the barbarians from the inside and outside and quickly led them into the defensive circle. There weren't many people from the Snow Frost tribe, only 5,000 of them. However, they had clearly paid a heavy price. The Wizard Bull tribe was able to advance all the way here by relying on the 10 demon kings and Yang Kai's powerful strength. However, the Snow Frost tribe clearly didn't have that many wizard kings to squander. When they set off, they might have had 100,000 or 200,000 people. However, when they arrived, they were only left with 5,000 people. After paying an unimaginable price, they finally arrived in front of the divine tree. The Wizard King nodded at Yang Kai as a greeting. He then said, "Now it's our turn to protect the divine tree." The evergreen divine tree had protected the Snow Frost tribe for tens of thousands of years. It prevented the Snow Frost tribe from suffering natural disasters and allowed them to live peacefully. Today, after tens of thousands of years, the Snow Frost tribe had come in gratitude. They would use their own flesh and blood to build an iron wall to protect the divine tree from harm. "You've come at the right time." Yang Kai grinned. The Wizard King lightly nodded. When he waved his hand, the 5,000 people behind him automatically scattered to the sides. The strong warriors joined the defensive formation, but there were still 1,000 people left. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the 1,000 people. His body trembled as he revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he discovered that these 1,000 people were all wizards. The 2 demon kings were fighting a bloody battle underground, and Azak quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately took a step back. He held his breath and concentrated his powerful divine sense on one point. It turned into an indestructible sharp blade and pierced into a certain spot underground. Being blocked by the deep ground, the power of this divine sense attack was greatly reduced. However, it created an opportunity for Azak to kill his opponent. Yang Kai felt that Azak, with his help, had killed his opponent. He had killed his opponent. When he raised his head again, Yang Kai's expression changed. The Wizard's Ox tribe's defense circle had been broken once again. This time, it was even more serious than before. If the situation just now was like a roof that was leaking rain everywhere, then the roof would have completely collapsed by now. The defense circle had completely collapsed. The demon race that surged like a tide roared and rushed over from all directions. No matter how hard the Wizard's Ox tribe tried, they could not stop their advance. Only the place where Yang Kai stood was impregnable. However, this was already useless. He could protect a little, but he couldn't protect all of them. "Are you done?" Yang Kai shouted as he held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. If he couldn't get a positive answer, he would have to launch an all-out attack. The power of the mountains and rivers bell was too strong, and he still couldn't fully control it. Once he activated the power of this ancient exotic treasure, the clansmen of the Witch Bull tribe would definitely be affected, and they might even die from the impact. Yang Kai did not want to be stained with the blood of the barbarians. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he did not have the intention to use the mountains and rivers bell. However, he could not care less now. There was no reply. The demon race that was charging quickly had almost reached the roots of the evergreen god tree. The demon race raised their weapons and slashed at the wizard of the Snow Frost tribe. The mountains and rivers bell flashed. The mysterious patterns on the bell lit up and an ancient aura began to spread. Right at this moment, the evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, and a branch suddenly drooped down from the top of the tree. The branch was extremely long, and it was as thick as a person. It was like an enormous dragon that had awakened from its slumber, and it shook its head as it moved over. The branch swept across. All the demon race that were swept by it were sent flying. Some of them even exploded into a cloud of blood in midair. The demon race that did not die did not have a good time either. The huge impact caused their bones to break. Their chests caved in. Blood gushed out from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Their auras were weak and they did not seem to have much longer to live. With a single attack, thousands of demon race were either killed or injured. The demon race that broke through the defense circle were shocked. They all took a few steps back. Every demon race member stared at the branch that swept out. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Swish, 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 more and more branches drooped down from the top of the tree. They were like the long whips controlled by the evergreen god tree. Those were long whips that could roll from the sky to the ground. The long whips danced in the air. They seemed to be in a mess, but in fact, they were very orderly. They were not related to each other, but they were able to complement each other. The shadows of the whips flickered. With the evergreen god tree as the center, everything within a radius of 50 zhang was swept away. All the demon race members that rushed over were swept away. However, the Wizard Ox tribe and Snow Frost tribe members that were guarding at the side were not injured at all. Seeing this scene, all the barbarians were shocked. Yang Kai also immediately put away the mountains and rivers bell. He knew that the wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had begun to control the power of the evergreen god tree. With such a tyrannical power, no one from the demon race could get close. After all, the evergreen god tree was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint. Its power was not something that an ordinary demon race member could withstand. Even the demon king would not be able to do so. Unless, a huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky. That palm print seemed to be able to cover the heavens and earth. When the palm print appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. Heaven and earth trembled. It directly slammed towards the crown of the evergreen god tree. It looked as if it wanted to destroy the evergreen god tree. The whips that were sweeping the demon race members clearly sensed something. They all changed their direction and went straight towards the palm print in the sky. Yang Kai also raised his head to look. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, the huge palm print slammed down. The dozens of whips that were heading towards it exploded. Muffled groans could be heard from various parts of the tree trunk. Clearly, the wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had suffered heavy injuries. After being obstructed by the dozens of whips, the speed of the palm print slowed down. However, it did not disappear. At the crucial moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared between the palm print and the crown of the tree. In front of him, an ancient bell spun and turned into a huge object. It enveloped the crown of the tree that covered the heavens and earth. Asterisk clang, asterisk with a piercing sound, the phantom of the mountains and rivers bell shattered. Yang Kai could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he plummeted to the ground like a meteor. However, after being repelled by the power of the mountains and rivers bell, the huge palm print finally disappeared. Oh! A surprised voice suddenly rang out as a person abruptly appeared in midair. He lowered his head to look at Yang Kai, then raised his head to look at the evergreen divine tree, a cynical smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai stabilized himself in the air and coldly looked at that person. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Moto!" His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in the battlefield that had just fallen deathly silent. Moto's words caused the expressions of all the barbarians to change. On the other hand, the demon race members who had been beaten black and blue earlier all roared, their confidence greatly boosted. "You! What was your name again?" Moto put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at Yang Kai. He revealed a serious expression and suddenly said, "Yes, you're called Wizard Bull." Yang Kai grinned. His mouth full of blood made his smile somewhat sinister and terrifying. "It's an honor to have the demon saint remember my name." Moto chuckled. "I've always had a deep impression of people who are different from the rest." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the battlefield further away and curled his lips. "Shouldn't the demon saint master be fighting over there? Why do you have time to come here? Don't you care about the lives of your companions?" "I don't need to worry about their lives. You should worry about yourself." Yang Kai cursed inwardly. He really did not know what Ruin and the others were up to. They had actually let a demon saint come here. Originally, as long as the 4 barbarian saints could delay the 5 demon saint from the demon race, there would still be some hope in this battle. The Wizard Bull tribe had escorted the evergreen god tree here to take root, and the thousands of wizards from the Snow Frost tribe had also come to help. As long as there was enough time, the previous plan could be completely carried out. However, Moto had suddenly come here. It was like a group of children were having a good time fighting when a large adult suddenly appeared. He could sweep through the entire scene with one hand. Chapter 2894. Under the world path, beside the evergreen god tree, the demon Saint Moto suddenly appeared, instantly extinguishing the glimmer of hope that had just appeared on the barbarian side. Facing a saint, unless the evergreen god tree personally took action, no one could stop him. Not even Yang Kai could. How could Qing have the strength to fight a demon saint? He had already used all of his power to grow, sealing off all of his senses to the outside world. The current Qing was burning the life essence he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, wanting to use his own power to seal the passage between the 2 worlds in the sky. "I'm just a wizard king. Master Moto, do you have to bully the weak?" "Huh," Moto chuckled softly. That smile was harmless to humans and animals. If someone who did not know his identity saw it, they would definitely feel that this person was amiable and radiant. He was completely different from the demon race who were covered in demon chi. "You're not weak at all." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I'll never be stronger than you. You have your battlefield, and I have mine. Everyone plays their own game and doesn't interfere with each other, okay?" Moto revealed a troubled expression. "I'm afraid that won't do. This tree of yours is a bit strange. If we really let it continue to grow, we probably won't be able to communicate with the demon territory, so I have to destroy it." "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression didn't change, but he was overjoyed inside. Because of the information that Moto had unintentionally revealed, he knew that Qing did indeed have the ability to seal the world path. The prerequisite was that he could create enough opportunities for Qing to continue growing. "Ha." Yang Kai let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "I understand what senior means." Moto still smiled and nodded. "Are you ready to die?" After a pause, he said, "Actually, you can join me. That way, we won't have to fight." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Wizard Nyo Xian appreciates Master's kindness, but I, Nyo Xian, am a barbarian and will die as a barbarian. I definitely won't join the demon race." When the wizard members of the Bull clan heard this, they were filled with pride. They looked at Yang Kai with even more reverence. Moto shrugged and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. All right, enough talk. I'm going to kill you." His casual tone was like a butcher facing a lamb. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yang Kai. This strike seemed ordinary, but under this grab, it actually caused the laws of heaven and earth to shake. Yang Kai inexplicably had the illusion that the surrounding space had been imprisoned, as if he was suddenly in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The demon saint and the wizard saint were both existences comparable to the great emperors. At this level, every move of theirs was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the more ordinary an attack was, the more profound the mysteries it contained. Beside Yang Kai, the power of the space principles surged, and after a slight pause, he suddenly disappeared. A soft thud came from where he had been standing. It was as if something had been scratched. After the soft thud, everyone could clearly see that the space there had collapsed. Moto tilted his head and looked to the other side, his eyes flashing with interest. The space divine technique is truly impressive. I'm even more reluctant to kill you. If the great demon god can obtain your help, it will be much easier for him to break through the world paths of the other great worlds. He might even be able to completely descend. If you can't bear to kill me, then don't make a move. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. It's good for everyone to stand here and chat. Leave the matters of the battlefield to the others. Moto shook his head and said, my mission is to kill or capture you, so I'm afraid I can't continue chatting with you. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a pitch-black energy suddenly charged at Yang Kai. Yang Kai met the attack with a moonblade. There was a collision in midair, and the two attacks vanished into thin air. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with your strength. Are you holding back against me? Ha! Moto smiled, his hands not stopping. As his demonic chi surged, a giant demonic chi blade suddenly chopped down at Yang Kai. Without any warning, he said, this is all of my strength. I'm not holding back. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He instinctively didn't want to believe it, but he felt that Moto wasn't lying. Although the strength he was displaying was very strong, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't so strong that he couldn't deal with it. Right now, his strength was about the same as when he had first descended. 2 years ago, when Moto had first arrived in this world, he had paid a price to pass through the world path. His strength had been greatly reduced, allowing Yang Kai to use the space divine technique to escape from him. In these 2 years, Moto's strength should have recovered to its peak, but in reality, his performance wasn't much different from 2 years ago. The only difference was that he didn't feel weak. The demon saint's strength definitely wasn't like this. Yang Kai secretly made a note of this. He teleported again, dodging Moto's attack. But at this moment, Moto's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared into the endless void. He immediately caught sight of Yang Kai. The space divine technique wasn't omnipotent. Although it could banish one's body into the void to escape, there were still some rules in front of experts. Moto was such an expert. He raised his hand and pointed at a certain spot in the void. With a rip, the entire void seemed to be torn apart. Yang Kai's figure staggered out. At the same time, a pitch-black net suddenly covered the void. From the looks of it, it wanted to envelop Yang Kai as well. Yang Kai's expression changed. He raised his hand and sent out a flowing time Great Emperor seal, unleashing all his strength. With a rumble, the pitch-black net was blocked for an instant. Yang Kai took the opportunity to slip back, avoiding the net. After steadying himself, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Sigh. Moto had attacked twice without any effect. He sighed helplessly. 50% of my strength really doesn't seem to be enough. 50%. Yang Kai glared at him, exasperated. Didn't you just say this was all your strength? Now you're saying 50%? Which part of your words are true? Moto said indifferently, it's all true. He raised his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. Yang Kai thought he was going to use some kind of divine ability or secret technique again and was on high alert, but after Mo Du waved his hand, he didn't sense any trace of an attack. Instead, he saw a jet black light fly over and rush into Mo Du's body before disappearing. Mo Duo, who was already powerful enough to give Yang Kai a headache, suddenly had his aura soar. The sudden increase in strength seemed to cause his mentality to change, and a ferocious look appeared on his face as he grinned and said, "This is 70%. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "You're a clone." Moto said, "I am me. There's no priority. That's also me." That was naturally the battlefield of the saints. Only then did Yang Kai realize that it wasn't the barbarian wizard saints who had carelessly let Moto over. Moto was still fighting with the wizard saints. It was just that this guy had a clone. His clone was clearly an emergency measure left behind by the demon race. Reality proved that this method was very effective. If Moto hadn't interfered, the evergreen god tree wouldn't have been disturbed at all. However, because of Moto's sudden appearance, Yang Kai had to be careful. It was as if he was walking on thin ice. What made Yang Kai even more troubled was that Moto's power seemed to be able to freely switch between his main body and his clone. 50% of his strength couldn't stop Yang Kai's teleportation, so he had no choice but to use 70%. If one side was strong, the other side would naturally be weak. "I know what you're planning," Moto said casually. "You're just stalling for time with me so that your tree can seal the passage between the two worlds. However, you don't have the chance now because you're no longer a match." With that last word, Moto suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. He raised his hand and poked at his chest. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Moto's figure was clearly still in his vision. He hadn't expected the attack to be so close. In his panic, he instinctively used the space divine technique, but he was shocked to find that the space around him was impregnable. He couldn't move. A cruel smile appeared on Moto's lips. The demonic chi surging hand pierced through Yang Kai's chest. There was no blood splattering as he had imagined, nor was there any feeling of touching flesh. Moto frowned. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai's body had turned into a dim shadow at some point. His hand had passed through this shadow without any resistance. Yang Kai's expression was savage as if he was enduring immense pain. His body, which was so indifferent that it almost merged with the air, suddenly jumped back, breaking free of Moto's control. His body reappeared, but Yang Kai seemed to have been heavily injured. He spat out blood. He took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Cold sweat poured down his head like a waterfall. Is this also the space divine technique? Moto frowned slightly. The fatal blow that he had been certain to land had actually been neutralized by this wizard in a way he couldn't understand. Even though the other party seemed to be heavily injured, the result was very different from what he had expected. This was not what Moto wanted to see. The space divine technique isn't just teleportation. Yang Kai swallowed the pill in his mouth. He was very willing to chat with Moto for a while to buy himself time to recover. "I call that move nothingness. Banishing yourself into the void to avoid some very powerful attacks." Moto's eyes lit up as he praised, "Not a bad divine technique." Yang Kai said, "But you're too strong. Even though most of your power wasn't effective, a portion still broke through the void and reached me. I was almost killed by you. So that's how it is." Moto revealed a thoughtful expression. "Looks like it won't be easy to kill you." Chapter 2895. Yang Kai chuckled. "Do you want to withdraw all of your avatar's power? Against a true saint, I shouldn't have much power to fight back." "No need." Moto coldly snorted. Against an existence equivalent to a demon king, using 70% of his strength was the bottom line he could accept. If he really was forced to use all of his strength, that would be a disgrace. He was a mighty demon saint and had his own pride. As he spoke, a pitch-black metal hook suddenly appeared in his hand. The metal hook was suffused with a dense and pure demonic chi. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable, as if the evil hidden in the depths of one's heart could be awakened. Yang Kai stared at the metal hook, his heart thumping. The feeling this metal hook gave him was somewhat similar to the demonic warhammer that his avatar currently possessed. Although their forms were completely different, they truly had the same aura. A divine artifact. This should be the divine artifact that Bao Qi and the others had spoken of. In demon territory, only demon saint-level experts could use it. In other words, this metal hook was in existence on the same level as the demonic warhammer. Yang Kai's expression turned stern as he inwardly raised his guard. Moto had suddenly taken out a demonic Dao divine artifact. Clearly, he was about to do something big. He had no choice but to be on full alert. To Yang Kai's surprise, Moto did not immediately attack him after taking out the divine artifact. Instead, he raised the metal hook and slashed it through the air. East, west, left, right. There seemed to be no order to it at all, as if he was doing it on a whim. His expression and actions were extremely casual, but they were extremely arrogant and conceited. However, it was this extremely casual action that caused Yang Kai's expression to sink. He suddenly sensed that the space around him had inexplicably become isolated. It was as if a large part of the world had been separated from this great world by Moto and isolated into another space. He could still see the scenery outside, but in this isolated world, he could no longer casually teleport. The space divine technique was an extremely troublesome ability for a demon saint, so Moto had to break this ability first. His actions just now were the way to break it. After doing this, Moto turned around. He looked coldly at Yang Kai, slightly raised the iron hook in his hand, and pulled it into the void. A huge hook shadow suddenly appeared, as if it was a sharp weapon that could reel in one's soul. He hooked his finger in the direction of Yang Kai. A strange phenomenon appeared in the entire world under this hook, and an extremely gloomy aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands together. Under the power of the law of space, a massive moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed toward the hook shadow. That was not the end of it. He murmured, and the law of time began to flow. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the flowing time Great Emperor followed closely behind the moon blade and blasted forward. Space and time, the two profound laws of space and time came one after another, making the already ever-changing heaven and earth even more mysterious and unpredictable. A look of shock appeared on Moto's face. He had clearly seen some clues and revealed a look of disbelief. A person who cultivated both the law of space and the law of time was something he had never heard of before. Since ancient times, there had been 3,000 great Taoists and countless laws of heaven and earth. However, whether it was the law of space or the law of time, they were both in the territory of a very small number of lucky people, and almost no one had ever been able to touch these two territories at the same time. This was no longer something that could be described as just luck. Perhaps only those who were blessed by the heavens would have unparalleled luck. And this kind of person. Since ancient times, all of them were experts who ruled the heavens and ruled the earth. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the moon blade and the flowing time Great Emperor collided with the huge hook shadow. They directly scattered in the void, and violent energy swept out in all directions. It caused the isolated heaven and earth to tremble, giving people the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. The shockwaves from the collision spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, they were all knocked back, unable to stand steadily. As for Yang Kai, he was sent flying back dozens of meters by the force of the recoil. His expression was dispirited, but he still stubbornly said, "Moto, 70% of your strength is probably not enough. Hurry up and show me your full strength. Don't hide it anymore." As he spoke, he madly swallowed pills, cutting an extremely wretched figure. Moto's usual elegance and gentleness had completely vanished. After being mocked like this by Yang Kai, he finally revealed a look of anger. He turned his head to glance at the evergreen god tree. While he and Yang Kai had been entangled for a while, this strange tree had grown several hundred meters taller. It was simply unreasonable. "Let's see how many times you can block." Moto roared angrily, once again hooking at Yang Kai. The massive hook shadow appeared a second time. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He cursed, but his movements were not ambiguous at all. Just now, he had clashed head-on with Moto, making him deeply realize the difference between him and his opponent. Even though Moto had only used 70% of his strength, he was not his opponent at all. Blocking once was a fluke, but it was impossible to block a second or third time. You only know this move. Can't you do something new? Yang Kai had a look of mockery. Moto sneered. It doesn't matter if it's new. It's fine as long as it's effective. He clearly saw where his advantage lay. He prepared to use his divine technique to directly crush Yang Kai. The hook shadow slashed through the air, causing the void to crack. The sun, moon, and stars all paled under this hook. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and golden light erupted. A massive golden dragon head appeared behind him. Its majestic dragon eyes looked down at the world, as if everything in the world was insignificant. The golden dragon phantom only appeared for an instant before returning to Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Yang Kai's originally dispirited aura suddenly soared, reaching a new height. He seemed to be much stronger than when he was at his peak. Moto was greatly shocked. He stared behind Yang Kai as if he wanted to see more clearly, but the phantom had already disappeared. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Holy Spirit? How do you have a Holy Spirit source? Chapter 2896. The demon race was the same as the barbarian race. They both placed great emphasis on body tempering, especially a demon saint like Moto. Even if his body was not indestructible, he had already cultivated it to the limits of his body. If Yang Kai had competed with him in the divine technique, he might have had to expend a little more effort, but he had actually charged straight at him, as if he wanted to fight him in close combat. This made Moto feel both laughable and angry. Laughable was that his enemy was too stupid, and angry that he would be underestimated one day. Moto did not hold back when he attacked. When the two fists collided, Moto's body swayed, while Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had used the dragon form's secret technique, was still no match for the demon saint, who only had 70% of his strength. The strength of the demon saint was evident from this. The massive recoil was like the water of the pugilistic world, sweeping into his meridians and flesh. Yang Kai felt unprecedented pain, causing his eyes to bulge. Before he could stabilize himself, Moto's counterattack had already arrived. A punch wrapped in a destructive aura heavily slammed into Yang Kai's abdomen. As the demonic chi surged, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He instantly lost the ability to breathe. This was not the end. Moto punched Yang Kai in the face again, sending him flying. He tumbled through the air, spitting out countless mouthfuls of blood. If not for the fact that his physical strength had greatly increased after using the dragon form's secret technique, just these two punches alone would have been enough to take the life of a third-layer Emperor realm expert. Even so, Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable. His stomach churned as the demonic chi that had invaded his body wantonly wandered through his meridians and flesh, causing his mind to become unstable and his vision to blur. After falling to the ground in a sorry state, Yang Kai hurriedly got up. Before he could regain his balance, Moto had already appeared in front of him and punched him again. Yang Kai's seemingly delirious face suddenly revealed a hint of slyness, and as his eyes flashed, he had already summoned the mountains and rivers bell. It directly enveloped the place where he was standing. Moto's eyes widened. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he was powerless to do so. Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell at the perfect time. It was when his attack had reached its peak. Clang, the destructive punch landed on the mountains and rivers bell. A layer of visible ripples spread out from the ancient bell, and a prehistorical aura spread out from it. Moto's fist that had smashed into the mountains and rivers bell was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Even though he was a demon saint, it was extremely difficult for him to withstand the backlash of his full-strength strike. This was only secondary. Most importantly, as the mountains and rivers bell rang, Moto suddenly felt like he was being suppressed. It was as if countless towering mountains had descended from above, pressing down on him until he could not straighten his back. The sound of the bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the aura of the emperor reversed the universe. This was the evaluation of the mountains and rivers bell by the apex experts of various eras. The greatest divine technique of this prehistoric treasure was suppression of all things in the world. Moto's aura plummeted. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai savagely lunged forward, his dragon claws sharper than the sharpest weapon in the world reaching for Moto's chest. At this critical moment of life and death, Moto angrily snorted. He circulated the demon's sovereign righteous technique with all his strength, dispelling all the discomfort brought about by the mountains and rivers bell. He grabbed at Yang Kai's dragon claws as fast as lightning, clearly wanting to block his attack. But at this moment, the mountains and rivers bell that had disappeared reappeared. This time, it did not envelop Yang Kai. Instead, it transformed into the size of a copper bell and was held in Yang Kai's other dragon claw. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell rang out again. The sound waves condensed into an invisible attack that charged at Moto. Moto's body shrank. The state he had just recovered from was instantly shattered. With a hiss, Yang Kai's sharp claws pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Above the dragon claws, a fiercely beating demon heart, as red as blood. You. Moto stared at Yang Kai, who was just inches away. He was enraged and opened his mouth to roar. An unimaginable force erupted from his mouth, condensing into a force visible to the naked eye that slammed into Yang Kai's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai flew high into the air like a kite. Moto staggered, blood spurting from his chest. A massive hole had pierced through his chest and back. His internal organs could be vaguely seen, but his chest was completely empty. He lowered his head to look, his expression savage and terrifying. Yang Kai crawled up from nearby, spitting out blood. He held the demon heart in his hand and grinned at Moto. I heard that experts like you have more than one demon heart. As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. How many demon hearts do you have? Moto narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold light that had never appeared before. As his demonic chi surged, the flesh in his chest wriggled and quickly healed as if he had never been injured. Give it back, he said in a low voice. Although he had more than one demon heart, and losing one of them would not put his life in danger, the destruction of the demon heart would affect his strength somewhat. Yang Kai had already displayed the strength to face him head-on. One less demon heart meant one less chance of victory. Yang Kai grinned. What did you say? Did I hear wrong, or did you say something wrong? Didn't you just tell me to give it back to you? You didn't hear wrong. Give it back, Moto said coldly. Haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. You really like to joke. You and I fought to the death, each using our own methods to determine the victor. I stole your demon heart, and you actually want me to give it back to you? Let me ask you one question, are you a retard? Give it back to me, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will taste something even more terrifying than death. Yang Kai's expression immediately became serious. Your demon heart is in my hands. It's fine if you don't beg me, but you actually want me to give it back to you and give me a quick death? Yang Kai's expression turned to one of mockery. You really are a retard. Moto did not say anything else, his gaze fixed on the demon heart. The next moment, Yang Kai's heart jumped as if he had sensed something. His expression changed, and he clenched his fist. With a loud bang, the demon heart exploded. There was no blood or flesh. The demonic chi contained within surged out, turning into a black fog that enveloped Yang Kai. This black fog seemed to have a life of its own. Without any regard for anything else, it drilled into Yang Kai's pores, entering his body through his orifices. Yang Kai's expression was ugly. Although he wanted to stop it, he was powerless. No matter how he circulated his strength, he could not stop the corrosion of the demonic chi. Moreover, the explosion of the demon heart had not been caused by him, but by Moto's strange method of self-destruction. At the same time the demon heart exploded, Moto groaned. His aura weakened as if he had been heavily injured, but he still said, "I know you have a way to resist the corrosion of ordinary demonic chi, but you definitely cannot resist my demonic chi. You will lose yourself and become my slave. I will fulfill my promise and let you taste everything in this world that is more terrifying than death. Wizard, kneel down and beg. Perhaps I will show you some mercy." As if confirming his words, Yang Kai's expression became extremely pained. His eyes bulged as if they were about to explode. An abnormal black color appeared on his body. Moto stood to the side and watched coldly. From time to time, he would look at the evergreen god tree in the distance as if he was considering when to destroy the strange tree. The demonic chi had already disappeared. It had all surged into Yang Kai's body, as if it had become one with him. Moto lost his patience. He raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. Although it was difficult for him to accept that an enemy like this had destroyed a demon heart and he wanted to torture him to vent his anger, he had more important things to do at this moment. The giant tree had already reached the sky and was not far from the passage between the two worlds. If this continued, it would be troublesome. Moto decided to kill Yang Kai first before dealing with the tree. But just as he was about to make a move, a shocking scene appeared. Yang Kai, whose face was contorted in pain, suddenly let out a long groan. Along with his groan, a thick, pitch-black demon chi gushed out from his mouth. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. Moto was stunned. This demonic chi was clearly the demonic chi contained in his demon heart. Logically speaking, it should have invaded this wizard's body and fused with him. Why had he spat it out again? More and more demonic chi was spat out. This seemingly alive demonic chi showed extremely flustered movements, as if there was something in Yang Kai's body that they were afraid of. Moto found it hard to accept what he was seeing. He instantly fell into a daze. After a while, Yang Kai finally spat out all the demonic chi. He patted his stomach and said in disdain, "What the hell is this? It's not delicious at all. How can you?" Moto wanted to ask for an explanation, but he knew that the other party would not answer him. This wizard had secrets, so he stopped mid-sentence. Yang Kai indeed had no intention of answering him. After spitting out all the demonic chi, he raised his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell flew toward Moto. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size and covered Moto, intending to suppress him in one fell swoop. How could Moto just wait for death? He knew how powerful this small bell was, so when he saw Yang Kai's movements, he immediately dodged to the side. Yang Kai had already caught up to the mountains and rivers bell and slapped it with both hands. Clang, a visible sound wave gathered into an attack. Under Yang Kai's control, it cut through the air like a sharp blade, slashing at Moto. Moto could not dodge. The moment the sound wave touched him, his body froze, and he revealed a pained expression. The mountains and rivers bell had been able to suppress his movements before. After losing his demon heart, Moto found it even harder to block the mountains and rivers bell's power. With this pause, Yang Kai was already in front of him. He grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Moto instinctively leaped back, but Yang Kai grabbed his arm. A terrifying force came from his iron-like dragon claws, causing his arm to crack. XH 234, 44. 19. Chapter 2897. Moto's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai in front of him. However, what greeted him was a heavy punch. A huge force slammed into his face, distorting his facial features and causing him to tumble through the air. The feeling of being suppressed finally disappeared. Moto hurriedly stabilized himself, but just as he steadied himself, the strange bell rang in his ears again. The suppression that had just disappeared enveloped him once more, causing his power to slow down slightly. It was this pause that made it impossible for him to make a reasonable dodge. His chest was punched again, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Moto's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. The mighty demon saint was like a sandbag being sent flying by a wizard king in the air, unable to fight back at all. This was a great humiliation. Moto's chest was like a volcano brewing, and his fury could erupt at any time. Even though the other party's attack was not fatal, Moto could not tolerate losing face in front of millions of members of the demon race. All of this was because of that strange bell. With the wizard's strength, Moto was not afraid at all, but that strange bell could even suppress the demon saint's power, causing him to lose the initiative at the beginning. After that, he made one wrong step after another, and he had no chance of turning the situation around. Every time the bell rang, the aura and power that Moto had just raised would be suppressed, and then Yang Kai would attack him like a storm. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai had already attacked Moto more than 1,000 times. Each time, he used his full strength, enough to instantly kill the Emperor Realm. However, such concentrated attacks only made Moto look miserable. He did not even show any signs of being seriously injured. No matter how much his chest caved in, no matter how many of his bones were broken, he seemed to be able to recover in an extremely short amount of time. Demon Saint Moto had an incomparably tenacious vitality. Yang Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted, panting heavily. Although his strength had greatly increased after dragon forming, the consumption of his strength had also increased exponentially, not to mention that he had to use the mountains and rivers bell in advance every time he attacked, which was a heavy burden. If it weren't for his solid foundation, he would have long since died of exhaustion. However, he was still not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to win with a single strike. The opportunity came quickly. Moto had already gone berserk from the torture. His face was twisted as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as if he had lost his mind. The mountains and rivers bell rang again, and a visible sound wave surged towards Moto. But this time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have a good grasp of the timing. When the sound wave hit, Moto had already dodged ahead of time. Without the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, he could finally deal with Yang Kai freely. He grinned and his demonic chi rolled as he flew at Yang Kai. A hint of panic appeared on Yang Kai's face as he hurriedly retreated, but he was unable to open up the distance between him and Moto. Moto flew above his head and slapped down with his palm. A destructive aura surged from his palm and enveloped Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and the sealed world bead flew out. Under his control, the sealed world bead disappeared into the void. At the same time, a vortex-like passage appeared between him and Moto. His divine sense surged out like a tide and wrapped around Moto, turning into an invisible net. Moto was the big fish in this net. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, his feet rooted to the ground as he urged his spiritual energy to close the net and catch the fish. Just as he was about to block the blossoming lotus secret technique, he was shocked to find that the net he had destroyed was suddenly pulled back. The power was so strong that he was almost caught off guard. He was quickly pulled toward the whirlpool. Moto was shocked. His body involuntarily rushed toward the entrance of the sealed world bead. The blossoming lotus secret technique exploded in his mind, giving him a splitting headache. If the other party succeeded, that would be a true humiliation. Although Moto did not know where this whirlpool led, seeing how Yang Kai was pulling him in without holding back, he knew that it was definitely not a good place. Perhaps he would never be able to come out after going in. He endured the pain in his head and roared, "Enough!" His angry roar shook the surroundings. The power pulling him paused slightly. At the same time, in the sky above the saint's battlefield, a pitch-black light flew over and disappeared into Moto's body. Moto's already terrifying aura exploded. Kai Yang's face changed greatly, his mouth filled with bitterness. It was as if he had eaten a gold thread. He had used all his methods and was about to pull Moto into his sealed world bead to do whatever he wanted, but at the last moment, Moto summoned back the power of his clone. At this moment, Moto was a true demon saint, a peak demon saint. The stalemate was instantly broken. Moto, who had recovered his strength, did not even need to use his full strength. Just his aura alone was enough to disperse Yang Kai's spiritual energy and space divine technique. On the battlefield, millions of demon race and barbarian race soldiers turned their heads and saw a scene they would never forget. A black shadow suddenly stood in midair, and then, like a balloon, it quickly grew bigger. 10 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, this black shadow only stopped when it was 300 meters tall. Moto had transformed into a behemoth with two slightly curved horns on his head. The tips of the horns were sharp and seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. His feet had also transformed into two giant hooves that stood on the ground. Everything in the world seemed extremely small in front of him. His body seemed to be made of copper and iron, giving off a metallic luster. He gently exhaled from his nostrils, and a tornado visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the air. Demon Saint Moto, after recovering all his strength, had transformed into a monster that looked like both a man and a cow. A thick demonic chi surrounded his mountain-like body, rolling and wriggling as if it was alive. Yang Kai had disappeared, and even the sealed world bead had disappeared. The moment Moto recovered his strength, he had hidden his whereabouts. Moto's window-sized eyes swept around casually, piercing through the void and finding Yang Kai's fleeing figure. He reached out and plucked a strand of hair from his body. He gently pinched it as if he was pinching an embroidery needle. Then, he threw the strand of hair forward, his movements extremely casual. With a whoosh, the hair pierced through the void and disappeared. A muffled groan came from 5 kilometers away. Then, Yang Kai's figure staggered out and fell to the ground. His abdomen was pierced through by a pitch-black energy, nailing him to the ground. The pitch-black energy was clearly formed from Moto's hair, and it possessed an extremely strange energy. Being fixed by this energy, not only did Yang Kai feel that his body could not move, but even thinking was extremely difficult. Dong dong dong, Moto strode forward. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, he was extremely fast. The distance of 5 kilometers was closed in just 3 breaths. Standing in front of Yang Kai, Moto looked down at him as if he was looking at an ant. To be able to force me like this, you can be considered very capable. Chapter 2898. Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed bitterly. He looked up at Moto, who was like a mountain. You won. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Then hurry up and do it. Otherwise, there will be a surprise for you later. Moto's expression was cold. He raised his foot and stomped down on Yang Kai. For an enemy who had caused so much trouble for him, this kind of death was too easy. However, Moto had already wasted too much time on Yang Kai. He did not have the time to torture him, so he could only kill him first. When his foot landed, the ground cracked for hundreds of kilometers, crisscrossing ravines appeared. Moto frowned slightly. When he raised his foot, he left a giant footprint on the ground, but there was no trace of flesh or blood. He had just sensed a spatial ripple. That wizard bull had clearly escaped again, and this time, it was even more secretive. Moto glanced around but could not immediately find any trace of him. Shaking his giant head, Moto strode toward the evergreen god tree. He no longer paid attention to that ant-like existence. After being hit by his divine technique and being heavily injured, that ant could no longer obstruct him. Now, the most important thing was to get rid of that giant tree. His massive body, which was 30 feet tall, rampaged through the battlefield. All creatures in his way became meat patties under his feet. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, there was no difference to Moto. With every step he took, members of the two races died under his feet. At first, he did not walk very fast, but as he strode forward, he became faster and faster. Gradually, he began to run as fast as lightning. Dong, 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 like the beating of war drums, the sound echoed through the wilderness. Everyone's hearts began to beat violently. Wherever Moto passed, the barbarian demon race retreated. No one dared to stand in his way. The clansmen who had died under his feet were the best proof. The Wizard Bull tribe still had less than 8,000 people left. At this moment, they were all gathered around the evergreen god tree, using its power to block the attacks of the demon race. And the demon race around them numbered more than 800,000? With such a huge difference in numbers, if it wasn't for the protection of the evergreen god tree, the remaining members of the Wizard Bull tribe would have been wiped out long ago. When Moto rushed towards the evergreen divine tree, everyone saw despair appear on the faces of all the barbarians. The 6 demon kings who were still bitterly holding on became the first batch of deserters. Although Yang Kai had previously ordered them to defend to the death, they still lacked the courage to face a demon saint head-on, especially an enraged demon saint. The demon king had escaped, but the barbarians could not. The evergreen divine tree was their only hope of sealing the passage between the two worlds. It was not easy for them to hold on until now, so how could they be willing to give up halfway? The Wizard's Bull tribe's defensive circle shrunk once again as they all retreated to the bottom of the tree roots. Low chanting sounds came from all over the tree trunk. The Wizard of the Snow Frost tribe began to use their power. They wanted to borrow the power of the evergreen god tree to block the attacks of the demon Saint Moto. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared, covering an area of 500 feet, forming a thick curtain of light. This curtain of light looked extremely sturdy, and all the demon race were blocked outside. The secret techniques used by the demon commanders, demon general, and demon kings could only create ripples on this curtain of light. They could not break through it at all. This gave the barbarians a bit of hope. But this hope quickly turned into fear. Moto charged over. His massive body was like a small mountain as he slammed into the dark green curtain of light. With a boom, the curtain of light trembled. Although they could borrow the evergreen god tree's protection and activate its power, they were also closely related to the evergreen god tree's life and death. This was a secret technique that the Snow Frost tribe had developed after coexisting with the evergreen god tree for tens of thousands of years. The force of Moto's crash was dispersed to various parts of the tree. Naturally, some wizard could not withstand it and died suddenly. However, Moto was extremely dissatisfied with this attack. A hint of anger appeared on his face. It was as if he believed that he should have crashed into the tree with this crash, not just a few leaves. Before he could attack a second time, the Snow Frost tribe's counterattack arrived. Soft branches drooped down from the crown of the tree, turning into long whips that lashed at Moto. Previously, the wizards of the Snow Frost tribe had relied on this method to help the Wizard Ox tribe survive the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of demon race until now. They had killed countless demon race members. However, this kind of attack was clearly a little weak against a demon saint. The seemingly destructive whips did not have any effect on him. Instead, they only stimulated Moto's ferocity. He reached out and grabbed the branches, pulling viciously and snapping them. After snapping dozens of branches, Moto was a little tired. He ignored the attacks that were lashing at him and slammed into the tree. Boom! 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 With each collision, the evergreen god tree would shake violently. More leaves would fall, and more Snow Frost wizard would die. However, no matter how hard Moto tried, the evergreen god tree was still like a pillar that supported the heavens. Moto was finally enraged. He no longer slammed into the tree. Instead, he used his hands and feet to climb up the tree. As he continued to ascend, he displayed his powerful destructive power. He tore off branches one by one and threw them to the ground. The Snow Frost wizard could no longer stop his destruction. Wherever Moto passed, only the main trunk of the evergreen god tree was left. The side branches were all destroyed. When the nearby demon race saw this, they all followed Moto and rushed toward the evergreen god tree. Those who could fly flew high and destroyed everything they could. Those who could not fly climbed along the tree trunk, using their mouths to bite and weapons to chop. They did everything they could. The evergreen god tree, which was the guardian of the snow frost tribe and had existed for tens of thousands of years, was instantly filled with the demon race. It was like a candied haw on the ground that attracted countless ants. Looking down from the sky, it was a magnificent sight. The wizard of the snow frost tribe could only do limited things. Even with the power of the evergreen god tree, they could only wipe out a few ordinary demon race and provide some protection for the remaining wizard ox tribe members who were still bitterly holding on. From a certain perspective, they had already done enough. Without them, the wizard ox tribe would have been wiped out long ago, and the evergreen god tree would not have been able to grow steadily until now. But this was their limit. Defeat was close at hand. Every barbarian was filled with sorrow. The Yulu twins searched the battlefield, wanting to find that figure. Although they felt that they could not stop the current situation with that person's power, they did not have any more hope. But they could not find him. After that figure had been heavily injured, he had not appeared again. Perhaps he was already dead, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere. They would rather that that person was dead than believe that he had run away. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. After the sound was heard, the evergreen god tree rustled like it was raining. Countless demon race members that were climbing up fell down. Chapter 2899. Yang Kai reappeared in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The mountains and rivers bell had also transformed into a massive object that floated in front of him. It constantly emitted an ancient and desolate sound. Sound waves surged down the bell, knocking down countless demon race clinging to the evergreen god tree. The weaker demon race exploded into bloody mist before they even hit the ground. Only the slightly stronger demon race could resist. However, even the demon commanders bled from their orifices. Their minds were muddled and they were heavily injured. Only the demon king level experts could barely hold on. However, they constantly fell to the ground, pulling away from the mountains and rivers bell. The bell rang a dozen times, and the demon race on the evergreen god tree were all purged. Only Moto's massive body continued to rise. The sound waves gathered by the mountains and rivers bell slammed into his body, creating ripples. However, they could not stop him. "Bastard, are you looking to die?" Moto roared angrily. He climbed even faster. Through the layers of leaves, his massive eyes stared in Yang Kai's direction. Finally, he passed through all the obstacles and saw the puny barbarian. Moto grinned viciously and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge, or rather, he could not dodge. The demon saint's casual strike contained the principles of the great Tao. It did not seem fast, but it was the essence of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily dodged. The large hand grabbed Yang Kai as if he was an unremarkable bug. Moto brought him in front of him and applied some force. There was a cracking sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Even with the dragon form's secret technique, his body could not withstand the demon saint's brute strength, especially when the demon saint was at his peak. However, Yang Kai did not show any pain. Instead, he was calm. Moto was extremely displeased when he saw this. "What other moves do you have? Let's see if you can stop me." Moto snorted coldly. The air that came out of his nostrils formed a gust of wind. "You really do have a move." Yang Kai smiled at him. Moto was speechless. He did not expect this puny barbarian to still have a move up his sleeve. However, his expression quickly became indifferent. No matter what move the other party had, it would not be effective in front of him, who had recovered his peak strength, unless he had the same strength as him. Moto did not say anything else. Moto instinctively had an extremely bad feeling. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, as if something big was about to happen. The demon saint was extremely sensitive to danger, so he trusted his instincts. The power in his hands suddenly increased, but at that moment, Moto's expression changed. His already large eyes widened even more, as if he had seen something inconceivable. An inexplicably powerful resistance appeared in Moto's hand. This resistance gave Moto the feeling that it came from the same source as his demonic aura, but it seemed to be even more ancient. It came from an even more distant era, which shocked Moto. The pitch-black energy spread out from between his fingers like glue, gradually gathering in one place. It gave off an aura that made one's heart tremble. The right eye of the puny barbarian in his hands suddenly turned pitch-black. It was like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. When he suddenly met that pitch-black eye, Moto was dazed for a moment. He felt uneasy, and his soul trembled. The next moment, his expression changed. He shouted, "Why do you have the aura of an ancient devil?" He finally understood what was going on with this barbarian's aura. It was clearly the extremely pure ancient demonic chi. The ancient devils were even more ancient existences than he was. They were the ancestors of the demon race, the first creatures born in the demon territory. It was these ancient devils who opened up territory in the demon territory, creating a space for the demon race to exist. After thousands of years of reproduction, the demon race was born. The ancient devils had not gone extinct. To this day, there were still ancient devils living in the demon territory. Every ancient devil was an extremely powerful existence. Even the demon saint had to treat them with respect. But although the ancient devils were powerful, their intelligence was pitifully low. They were like a group of uncivilized beasts. They relied on their instincts to act. Even the great demon god could not command them. In the demon territory, there were very few ancient devils. Not to mention the ordinary demon race, even the demon saint-level powerhouses might not see an ancient devil in their entire lives. They lived in the worst and most hidden environments. They would not easily appear in public. Moto had been lucky enough to see one once. At that time, he had accidentally entered a place where several ancient devils lived. In the end, he had been treated as an intruder and chased for hundreds of thousands of miles. He had almost died. His memory of the ancient devil's aura was still fresh. How could Moto not be shocked to suddenly see the ancient devil's demonic chi in this world? However, he finally understood why the demonic chi formed by his demon heart did not work on this barbarian. He had the ancient devil's aura inside him, so he could naturally resist the corrosion of his demonic chi. But, why was this? How could the ancient devil's aura appear on an outsider? Yang Kai did not answer. He did not know if he did not want to answer or if he did not hear him. At that moment, he only felt his soul become restless. After undoing the gold and silver seals on the dantian, he immediately felt an unimaginable power surge out of the dantian. It surged through his body. With the support of this power, he could not help but feel like he was omnipotent. It was as if he could pick the stars and capture the moon just by raising his hand. As he obtained this great power, the various evils hidden deep in his heart were awakened and magnified. He gradually lost his mind. His perfect left eye twitched violently, up and down, left and right, as if it was not under his control. However, his right eye, which had turned pitch black, was still empty. It was a stark contrast to the liveliness of his left eye, making it seem even more strange. A pitch-black aura inexplicably swayed in his sea of consciousness. This aura seemed to have a strong infectious power. Wherever it passed, everything dimmed. The light balls of memories were dyed pitch-black, losing their previous colorful brilliance. Yang Kai hid his soul on the island created by the colorful soul-warming lotus, relying on this treasure to maintain his last trace of consciousness. It was not the first time that he had become the demon race, but this time it was a little different than before. He found that the power he obtained was even stronger. It was as if he had gradually adapted to the unsealed demonic chi in his body. He was able to exert its effect to a greater extent, but correspondingly, he had to pay a higher price. This was his last resort. He would not dare to use it unless he had no other choice. Because every time he used it, there was a real danger of becoming the demon race. He might lose himself, become a demon, and not recognize his own family. But in the face of a demon saint's aggressive pressure, Yang Kai had no other choice. His body, which was originally only 6 meters tall, grew even taller after becoming the demon race. The immense power directly pushed Moto's hand away, only stopping when he was 10 meters tall. The short horn on his forehead had also grown a bit longer. Then, Yang Kai discovered a phenomenon that gave him a pleasant surprise. The dragon form's secret technique seemed to have a restraining effect on becoming the demon race. Even though his sea of consciousness was in chaos, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was not only due to the colorful soul-warming lotus, but also because of his dragon form body. He did not understand why this was, but he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with the golden divine dragon origin energy. His dragon form was a secret technique that relied on the golden divine dragon essence power as a foundation. Up until now, he had not even unleashed 1% of its full power. If there came a day when he could unleash the full extent of the golden divine dragon essence power, he would most likely transform into a dragon and roam the myriad worlds of the universe. He would no longer be in his current dragon man form, which was only 30 feet tall. The golden divine dragon origin energy had a divine nature, while the ancient demonic chi had a demonic nature. The two were originally opposing existences, but now they were coexisting in Yang Kai's body and being used at the same time. This produced an inexplicable phenomenon. Yang Kai thirsted for power. The ancient demonic chi gave him an advantage, allowing him to become the demon race. However, he did not want to lose his consciousness. Thus, his dragon form body and the colorful soul-warming lotus protected a trace of clarity in his sea of consciousness, preventing him from completely losing his sense of self. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from every part of his body. Kai Yang felt as if his whole body was being shattered and then reassembled. This wasn't just the reconstruction of his flesh and bones, but also his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. No one would be able to endure this kind of pain. However, Yang Kai, who had maintained a sliver of clarity, felt it 10 to 20 times more. He had long since surpassed his own limits. He raised his head and roared, his body trembling violently. His left eye twitched even more violently. Moto's expression changed even more. He discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not close his hand again. He could not crush this unremarkable little bug to death. This outsider had, in an extremely short amount of time, gained the strength to fight against him. Moto could not accept this outcome. He used his feet to stabilize his body, then reached out with his other hand to grab Yang Kai's head. His expression was savage and vicious. Kai Yang's angry roars came to an abrupt end, stopping without the slightest warning. The cracking sounds coming from his body also stopped. As far as the eye could see, he had been completely enveloped by a ball of black chi, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. However, the most bizarre thing was that the pitch-black area around his right eye could be seen clearly. It was extremely abrupt. This was a very unusual phenomenon. Ancient demonic eye. Moto finally discovered what was special about this eye. He was greatly alarmed. He only had one goal, and that was to destroy the evergreen god tree so that the giant tree would not block the world path. Before Yang Kai had become the demon race, he had not felt that this mission was very difficult. It was just a giant tree that only knew how to grow. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. However, after Yang Kai became the demon race, he found that this mission was almost impossible to complete. Unless he could kill that outsider called Wizard Ox first, but if he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? After a dozen more exchanges, Moto's body was covered with a dozen wounds of varying sizes. While Yang Kai was sent flying, he raised his head and looked up. Then, his face turned ashen. This was because he discovered that after delaying for so long, the giant tree was about to reach the bottom of the world path. The giant tree crown was almost about to block off the existence of the world path. Based on the tree's growth rate, in just 15 minutes, it might really be able to block off the world path. Moto roared angrily. Ignoring Yang Kai's entanglement, he strode toward the evergreen god tree. When he was 1,000 feet away from the evergreen god tree, he leapt up. His 300-foot-tall body displayed unimaginable agility. In an instant, he leapt several hundred feet into the air and grabbed onto a tree trunk. Then, he used his hands and feet to climb up. Before he could advance much, Yang Kai mysteriously appeared above his head. The demon warhammer was wrapped in thick demonic chi and exuded an aura that could destroy all things. It smashed down at his head. Moto's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to block. The warhammer smashed into his arm, breaking his bones. Moto's massive body suddenly shrank, almost falling down. However, he was still unwilling to let go, doing his best to stabilize himself. A second hammer came down, followed by a third, a fourth, boom, 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 boom. Moto was like a punching bag. He no longer had the dignity of a demon saint. The arm above his head had long since been twisted out of shape. It was like a noodle, the bones shattered. In the end, he could no longer hold on and was struck down from the tree by Yang Kai. But during the process of falling, he grinned maliciously. Because another Moto had appeared in the sky at some point. Although it was not 100 feet tall, it was still a dozen feet tall. This was clearly a clone. No one knew when Moto had created this clone. Even Yang Kai did not sense it, or perhaps he could not sense it at all. After becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's senses had greatly weakened. He only had one target in his eyes, and his reactions to other things were extremely weak. Moto had used this to easily send his avatar out. At this moment, this clone was standing in front of Black Eye, its hands constantly forming seals as it muttered to itself. An extremely profound aura emanated from its body, making it seem very mysterious. Looking at the clone's posture, it had clearly been in this state for some time, and it was only now preparing to end it. Moto's clone suddenly stopped and raised his hand to point at Black Eye. A dot of light suddenly appeared above Black Eye. This light seemed to have an extremely strong infectious power. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it occupied half of Black Eye, and it showed no signs of stopping. Yang Kai finally felt that something was wrong. He stopped in midair and turned to look at Black Eye. Then he roared and pounced at Black Eye, as if he wanted to stop the light from spreading. But it was too late. When the light filled Black Eye, the light of the entire world returned. The pitch-black illusory world was broken. Yang Kai, who was flying away, let out a miserable cry as if he had been struck by lightning. A large amount of blood seeped out of his right eye. Chapter 2901. Black Eye Purgatory's divine technique had been broken by Moto. Yang Kai suffered a backlash, his blood roiling, his head splitting, and he howled in pain. Moto used this opportunity to finally break free from Yang Kai's entanglement. He leaped up from the ground and flew up. In a few short breaths, he had climbed thousands of feet and was about to reach the top of the tree. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly and strangely appeared in front of him. Holding the demonic war hammer in one hand, his demonic chi surged as he smashed it at him. Moto hurriedly jumped onto a nearby tree and dodged Yang Kai's attack. The two looked at each other from afar. Moto's expression was furious. Yang Kai was wrapped in demonic chi, so his expression could not be seen. However, his eyes were even more spirited and clear than before. He rested the demonic war hammer on his shoulder and raised his head. He said coldly, "I really have to thank you for letting me regain my senses. Otherwise, I probably would not have been able to break free from that state." Moto's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Without Black Eye's divine technique, how can you stop me?" He could also tell that after Black Eye's divine technique had been broken, Yang Kai's aura had withered greatly. Although he had regained his senses, he was definitely not his match. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the skyway. "Perhaps I cannot stop you forever, but I just need to delay you for a while." Hearing this, Moto's expression sank. Yang Kai was speaking the truth. Even though he was no longer Moto's match, he could still create some trouble for him and delay him. As long as he had this bit of time, the evergreen god tree would have a chance to seal the world path. The tree crown was already directly below the world path, completely covering it. As long as it continued to grow, it could grow into the world path. Try it. Moto roared angrily. He stomped on the branch he was on and shot up like a cannonball. In midair, he suddenly punched to the left. Strangely enough, Yang Kai actually appeared right in front of his fist. It was as if he had bumped into it. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock as he was caught off guard by this punch and was sent flying. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant he was sent flying, he executed the spatial divine technique. With a teleportation, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Moto's head. The demonic chi on the demonic warhammer churned and wriggled as it smashed down at Moto with world-destroying power. Despicable! Moto roared. He raised his hand to block. A loud sound rang out. Moto's massive body fell more than 100 feet before stabilizing again. His two window-sized eyes were about to spit fire. After the black eye purgatory was broken, Yang Kai's strength had indeed dropped greatly. This could be seen from the power of the hammer. If Yang Kai had used this hammer before, it would have been enough to send Moto crashing to the ground. However, Moto had only fallen 100 or so feet. Even so, Yang Kai was still the sturdiest obstacle in front of him. If he did not break through this obstacle, he would not be able to break through it. Moto felt that he might not be able to continue forward, but how could he have the time to tangle with this outsider? He had underestimated him. All the demon saint had underestimated him. If they had known that this outsider was so powerful, they would have sent 2 demon saint to deal with him. Moto let out a long howl, wanting to summon helpers. However, he received no response. The other 4 demon saint were currently fighting with the 4 barbarian wizard saints. They were evenly matched, and no one could easily escape. Everything rested on him. Crack, a strange sound rang out. Moto's eyelids twitched, and he looked up. At the entrance of the world path, the enormous tree crown had already surged into the world path. After this battle, even if the demon race won, he and the other 4 demon saint would not be able to escape punishment. And the punishment of great demon god was not something he could bear, even if he was a demon saint. Whoosh, a strange sound rang out. Moto turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. You dare! Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, Wuxia actually flew up with a solemn expression and rushed towards the world path. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to block the great demon god's attack all by himself. This caused Moto to pale with fright. It was not that he was afraid the wizard bull had the ability to do this. Since great demon god had already made his move, no matter how strong the wizard bull was, he was just an ant struggling. It was just that he could not allow the wizard bull to hinder great demon god in the slightest. He followed closely behind, wanting to stop the other in advance, but his body was too large and his movements were not as nimble as the other. He could only watch as the other charged into the world path and disappeared. Moto was in a panic. His demonic chi surged wildly as he used his hands and feet to climb up. He had not been able to reach the top of the tree no matter what before, but now he reached it in less than 10 breaths. Moto had no intention of staying here. He also charged into the world path, wanting to capture Yang Kai. The world path was filled with nothingness and chaos, making it impossible to determine one's direction. It gave off an uneasy feeling. Even the demon saint could not easily get rid of this feeling. This was because this was the endless void. No matter how powerful an expert was, if they lost their way here, they could be trapped here forever. An unimaginable pressure came from above. Moto looked up and just happened to see great demon god's giant palm pressing down, but that wizard bull had disappeared without a trace. That palm was great demon god's attack. Even though there was a world between them, it still felt invincible. He did not dare release his divine sense to search for Yang Kai's figure here because the surrounding chaotic streams of space would devour all of his divine sense. Just as he was searching for Yang Kai suddenly and strangely appeared beside him, slamming into him like a cannonball. A terrifying power spread out. Moto could not stand steadily and was sent flying. Yang Kai stuck close to his waist. The power of space law surged from his body. Chaotic streams of space surged, bringing him and Moto toward that palm. Moto's face was pale. He tried his best to resist, but in this void, where space law dominated everything, he found that he could not break free from Yang Kai's push. He was getting closer and closer to Great Demon God's palm. "What are you doing?" Moto was both shocked and angry. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. "I'll lend it to you." Yang Kai grinned at him, but Moto clearly did not see it. These words made Moto's face turn green. His massive body began to tremble. He resisted with all his might, almost breaking free from Yang Kai's push several times. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently, causing countless streams of turbulent void to appear around him, transforming into ropes that bound Moto. This time, Moto became much more obedient. "Do you know what you're doing?" Moto realized that he could not break free. He could only hope to persuade Yang Kai to change his mind. "You'll die too." Yang Kai did not say a word. He used all his strength to push Moto toward that giant palm. "Madman. You're a madman." Moto cursed. "I won't be used by you. It's my honor to die at the hands of Great Demon God. What you're doing is meaningless. You have the ancient devil chi and the ancient devil black eyes. Although you're from the barbarian race, you can be considered half a member of the demon race. Besides, you've already proven your strength. Give up. Great Demon God will forgive you. You'll get whatever you want from the demon race. Why aren't you stopping? If you don't stop now, it'll be too late." Moto continued to roar, the panic on his face growing more and more apparent. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. Finally, when Great Demon God's giant palm descended on his head, Moto shut his mouth. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. Even if Yang Kai let him go, he would not be able to dodge Great Demon God's attack. Butterfly's voice came from the other side. "I am the thousand illusionary butterfly, the master of this mystic realm. So you are the key to opening this mystic realm." Yang Kai suddenly realized. Princess Lan Sun had once told Yang Kai about this before. There were many mystic realms in the five-colored treasure pagoda's fifth layer, some of which required specific keys to open. For example, the great illusionary dream realm she once mentioned required the golden armor heavenly book to open. Star Soul Palace's elder Tan Jun Hao was killed by Yang Kai in Flowing Shadow City. The golden armor heavenly book also fell into Yang Kai's hands, causing some of Star Soul Palace's disciples to be trapped inside the great illusionary dream realm, unable to leave. In order to recover the golden armor heavenly book, Star Soul Palace had no choice but to agree to Yang Kai's request to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda for a month. The key to the great illusionary dream realm was the golden armor heavenly book, and the key to the thousand illusionary dream realm Yang Kai experienced was Butterfly. It was also the thousand illusionary butterfly she had transformed into. Butterfly chuckled. "Key? I am not just the key, I just told you, I am the mystic realm itself." Yang Kai didn't know what the difference was, but he instinctively felt that this so-called thousand illusionary butterfly was of a higher level than the great illusionary dream realm Lan Sun spoke of. Nodding, he said, "I roughly understand, but since you are the master of this mystic realm, why appear beside me as Butterfly? Are you monitoring me?" Butterfly said, "I can easily see everything in this mystic realm, so there is no need to monitor anything. As for why, I just felt like it. I have been in a deep slumber for many years, and this time I was awakened by you." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with some interest, "So you are saying that there is something special about me to you? Can I take you with me?" After pausing for a moment, he changed his words, "Are you willing to come with me?" If he could take Butterfly with him, then he would be able to control a mystic realm. Moreover, this mystic realm was ever-changing and suitable for any cultivator to enter. He was now the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, so he had to consider many things. Every great sect had its own foundation, such as Star Soul Palace's five-colored treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple's divine ascension mirror, Orthodoxy Temple's astral winds, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's martial intent hall. Each of them had their own irreplaceable role and contributed unimaginable strength to the development of their own sect. The strength of a sect wasn't just limited to having a few masters in charge, it also had to consider the future development and the growth of its disciples. Currently, the High Heaven Palace didn't lack masters. The Monster King was a guest elder, and he was also under Yang Kai's command. There were also Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Alchemists, and Emperor Artifact Masters in the palace. There was also a territory crossing space array that connected the north and south, so cultivation resources weren't a problem. Yang Kai was still thinking about Tian Yen. If he could help Tian Yen reconstruct his physical body and free him from the divine ascension mirror, then the High Heaven Palace would have a master on the level of great emperors as a backer. Even if it wasn't a sect of great emperors, it wouldn't be far off. What the High Heaven Palace lacked was a foundation that could help several or even several dozen generations of disciples grow. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was undoubtedly an excellent choice. That was why Yang Kai really wanted to take it with him. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was one of the many sealed realms in the fifth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda. Butterfly was the key to this sealed realm, so as long as he could take Butterfly away, the High Heaven Palace would have its own sealed realm in the future. As for whether or not Star Soul Palace would discover or stop him, Yang Kai didn't think there was anything to worry about. There were many sealed realms in the fifth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, and there were some sealed realms that even Star Soul Palace couldn't open or find. If he took one of these sealed realms, Star Soul Palace definitely wouldn't know. What's more, even if they found out, what could they do? This was a benefit that Yang Kai had gained from his experience. Star Soul Palace couldn't bully the weak and force him to stay, as that would be a blow to Star Soul Palace's reputation. With this in mind, Yang Kai asked. At the same time, his mind was rapidly thinking about how to persuade Butterfly if she refused. He wasn't very confident in this proposal. "Sure," Butterfly said softly. "WH. What?" Yang Kai froze for a moment, not having expected Butterfly to agree so readily. The few words of persuasion he had just prepared were immediately swallowed back into his stomach. "I said sure," Butterfly repeated. Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. Butterfly agreeing so easily made him a little unable to respond. On the other hand, Butterfly saw his concerns and chuckled, "I can see the changes and interpretations of history in you, so I need to record them. It's not convenient to stay in this place." Yang Kai grinned, "I don't know what the future will be like, but I think my future should be very exciting. You may record a lot of things." "I hope so." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her and Butterfly gently flapped her colorful wings, her beautiful body suddenly turning into a stream of light and flying into Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai gently grasped it and looked down to find a butterfly-like hairpin in his hand. It was small and exquisite, looking exactly the same as the thousand illusionary butterfly that Butterfly transformed into, except its size was countless times smaller. Butterfly disappeared and turned into a butterfly-shaped key that remained in Yang Kai's hand. All of a sudden, everything around him began to distort, becoming grotesque and variegated. Then, Kai Yang felt an irresistible suction force pulling him in an unknown direction, as if it wanted to throw him into hell. He couldn't resist and could only guard his mind. With a loud rumble, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had traveled through an endless space-time tunnel and arrived at a familiar residence. He opened his eyes and immediately confirmed that his soul had returned to his body. However, his body's situation was extremely bad. A rich demonic chi wrapped around him and his physique was pulsing, transmitting an extremely dangerous aura. This aura impacted his soul, causing it to become turbulent, as if he could be demonized at any time. After becoming the demon race in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World, his body really gave a very realistic response. In other words, although what one experienced in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World was only an illusion, it was still inextricably linked to the person who experienced it. For example, in the current situation, Yang Kai had become the demon race in the illusion, which meant that he had really become the demon race. Without time to think too much, Yang Kai hurriedly urged the power of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea to protect the clarity of his soul before immersing himself in the sealed world bead and guiding the sealing power of the gold and silver trees in the medicine garden into his body. Gold and silver light quickly gushed out and flowed through his meridians throughout his body. Under the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree, the demonic chi that was surging in his limbs and muscles seemed to have encountered nemesis and was forced back towards the dantian, like a rabbit avoiding the pursuit of a falcon, revealing a sense of panic. Although she had never been close to Yang Kai, they had dealt with each other several times. Last time, when the golden armored heavenly book was recovered, she was the one who handled it. It stood to reason that Yang Kai's attitude towards her should not be like this. All around, majestic gazes focused on Yang Kai, scrutinizing him from top to bottom, but they did not find anything special about him. They only felt that Yang Kai was too weak and should be seriously injured. This was inevitable. The five-colored treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace. Although the disciples could obtain great benefits by gaining experience in it, it was also accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Every few years, some disciples would fall in it. It was normal for Yang Kai to be injured and weak. It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Yang Kai forced a smile as his previous memories slowly recovered and he gradually got rid of the wizard bull's influence on him. He looked at Lan Sun and asked, "Has junior sister Lan been waiting for me here?" Hearing him call her junior sister again, Lan Sun also showed a smile and said, "I just came out not long ago, I wasn't waiting for you." Yang Kai was startled. Junior sister Lan just came out not long ago? He couldn't help feeling a little confused. He had been delayed in the Thousand Illusions dream realm for more than 2 years, so what had happened to Lan Sun? She had just come out not long ago. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to realize something and turned his head to look around, where a brother Lei and brother Xiao. He remembered that many people had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda to gain experience. Originally, the five-colored treasure pagoda had not yet opened, but because of the agreement with Yang Kai, it had opened ahead of time, allowing many disciples of Star Soul Palace to benefit from it and enter the pagoda to gain experience in advance. At this moment, many people had already come out and gathered around, whispering in groups of 3 to 5. Those who looked happy obviously had gained a lot, while those who looked depressed probably didn't get any benefits and wasted an opportunity to come here. Seeing Yang Kai chatting with Lan Sun, many disciples of Star Soul Palace glared at him, wanting to come over and beat him up. Yang Kai did not see Xiao Chen or Lei Lei. Lan Sun said, "They are still inside and should be coming out soon. The pagoda is about to close, so they will have no choice but to come out." Yang Kai was slightly surprised and asked casually, "How long has it been since we entered the pagoda?" Lan Sun looked at him curiously, not knowing why he asked such a question, but she still replied, "It's been exactly 1 month." 1 month, Yang Kai couldn't believe his ears. He had clearly spent more than 2 years in the Thousand Illusions dream realm, but in this real world, it seemed like only 5 days had passed. Because he remembered that when he entered the 5th layer of the secret realm, there were only 5 days left until the deadline. 1 month referred to the time the five-colored treasure pagoda opened and closed. He subconsciously clenched his fist, but there was nothing there. The Thousand Illusions dream realm had the magical effect of stretching time. Just 5 days had been stretched to 2 years. This was simply incredible. Even in the illusion realm, it was not something that could be achieved by ordinary means. He had thought that the Thousand Illusions dream realm was extremely extraordinary before, but now it seemed that he had underestimated this secret realm. Just the time principles involved made the value of the Thousand Illusions dream realm immeasurable. Yang Kai's silence made Lan Sun a little worried. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Yang Kai showed a smile, but it was extremely forced. He was really tired. Lan Sun stood in place and watched his back disappear from sight before leaving. Not far away, Xiao Chen, who had been silently observing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai identified the direction and flew towards Thousand Leaves Sect. His soul had yet to recover, so he did not fly very quickly. As he hurried along, he recalled the various scenes of his fight with Moto, deducing the various changes in his mind. This trip to the Thousand Illusions dream realm had given him a great harvest, and the fight with Moto was just one of the many. Moreover, he had not had time to digest most of the things he had learned, so he needed to spend some time sorting out the memories in his mind. In a trance, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something and suddenly came to a stop, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. In the void in front of him, a person was standing high up in the air. This person did not look very old, about 20 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and a handsome face. One of his hands was behind his back while the other was naturally placed on his abdomen. This kind of calm posture did not match his appearance at all. Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious because he found that this person's aura was erratic, and even with his eyesight, he could not see through the depths of this person's cultivation. Even though Yang Kai's soul was injured, his powerful spiritual energy was still there, and the average cultivator of the Emperor realm could not hide in front of him. But just now, he had not noticed anything, and it was as if this person had suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to be on guard. In this kind of situation, either the other party's cultivation was much higher than his or he had a particularly useful artifact. Yang Kai looked at the other party, and the other party looked back at him with an unfathomable smile. This smile gave Yang Kai a bad feeling, so he frowned and asked, "Friend, do you need something?" The person opened his mouth and spat out a word that caused Yang Kai's soul to leave his body, "bind." With one word, 10,000 laws followed. Yang Kai's body suddenly tensed up, and he inexplicably felt that the space around him had been imprisoned, as if a thick rope had tied him up, causing his body to become stiff, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He did not feel that the other party had used any secret technique or divine technique at all. The other party had only casually spat out a word, and it had caused such an effect. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master could not do this, and there was only one kind of person in the world who could do this. And this place was near the Star Soul Palace, so the identity of the person in front of him was obvious. "You." Yang Kai was both shocked and angry. He never thought that this person would actually intercept him here, and even attack him. What is he doing? If he wanted to attack me, he would have had plenty of opportunities when I was in the Star Soul Palace, so why did he have to intercept me outside? What's more, with his identity and status, what good would it do him to act so sneakily? Yang Kai did not understand, but he did not have time to think about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai's vision blurred as the young man who was 1,000 meters away from him suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, giving Yang Kai a fright. He finally understood what it was like to be shocked by his space divine technique. The two were so close together, but the other party did not make a move. Instead, there was still a calm smile on his face as he quietly looked at Yang Kai. As their four eyes met, his eyes seemed to have transformed into two full moons, blooming with an astonishing light. Chapter 2906. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His already weak face suddenly became as pale as paper and his body swayed, as if he could fall at any moment. The young man was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew his divine technique. He had no malice towards Yang Kai, but there were some things he needed to investigate. However, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to investigate this matter with his status, so he had come here to intercept him. Originally, he thought that with his own methods, he would be able to capture Yang Kai easily, but he did not expect that his counterattack would be so effective. This made him feel quite embarrassed. Since his first move had failed, he could not attack again. His figure fluttered as he retreated 1,000 meters, as if he had never moved. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai glared angrily as he madly urged the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, driving his soul to guard his knowledge sea. He would not reveal any of the secrets in his knowledge sea unless the other party defeated him. The other party definitely had the strength to do so, and Yang Kai would not easily surrender. This scene was like a rabbit facing a falcon swooping down from the sky. Even if the rabbit bared its fangs, it would not have much effect. The falcon would still catch the rabbit in the air, fly to a high altitude, and then throw the rabbit to its death. The young man looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly sighing softly and then looking up at the sky, as if he was talking to the air. The weather is good. After saying this, he took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. Just as he came without a trace, he also left without anyone noticing. Yang Kai maintained a vigilant posture for a long time, his divine sense constantly moving back and forth within a radius of 1,000 meters before he was sure that the young man had really left. It was not until this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief and let down the vigilance in his heart. An unimaginable feeling of exhaustion swept over him like a tide, causing him to involuntarily stagger in midair and almost fall down. Barely stabilizing himself, he reached out to wipe the blood off his face and frowned. That person had suddenly come to intercept him and even used the divine technique to investigate his secrets. In the end, it was all bark and no bite. Yang Kai was very puzzled and surprised. Did he come all the way here just to say, "Nice weather"? This was obviously impossible. After thinking for a while, the depression on Yang Kai's face gradually melted away, and he slowly smiled. The more he smiled, the more carefree he felt. The last layer of worry and burden in his heart was completely put down. He had a rough idea of what that person meant. He had taken the 1,000 Illusions dream domain from the 5th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As the master of Star Soul Palace, the existence that controlled the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the great emperors must have discovered something, but they were unable to fully understand it. That was why he needed to investigate. However, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had only entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda because of a previous agreement, so neither the great emperors or the elders could ask Yang Kai to take the initiative to explain his experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If Yang Kai was just an ordinary disciple of the Emperor realm, Star Soul Palace would have used many secret techniques to make him unknowingly reveal the existence of the 1,000 Illusions dream domain, but now Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory and the guardian of the Southern Territory, so they naturally could not bully the weak. Sometimes, he would frown, sometimes his eyes would widen, and sometimes a smile would appear on his face. He seemed to be immersed in his own world and was unable to extricate himself, not even noticing Yang Kai's arrival. It was only when Yang Kai lightly coughed that he seemed to wake up from a dream. First, he frowned in displeasure, a clear look of anger appearing on his face. Obviously, he was annoyed that he had been tricked, but when he saw Yang Kai, his displeasure immediately disappeared and he greeted him with a smile, "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly and casually glanced at the things he was drawing on the ground, discovering that they were somewhat related to the space-traversing array. To be able to immerse himself in the world of spirit arrays and appear here, there was no one else in the entire High Heaven Palace other than the Chief Array Master, Nanda June. When Yang Kai sent Bian Yuqing back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, he had asked her to pass a message to Nanda June to come here. Now, it seemed that this Array Master had been here for some time, but Yang Kai had not been able to find him, so he decided to come here and study his own matters. "Have you brought the things?" Yang Kai asked. Nanda June was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a jade slip, handing it to Yang Kai. "Palace Master, I have sealed all the information about the spirit array inside. You can take your time to look at it on the way. However, Palace Master, I have to remind you that this spirit array is a bit evil and vicious. The person who arranged it is definitely not a good person, so you must be careful. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded. Nanda June took out another object and spread it on his palm. It looked like a smooth spindle shape, surrounded by a brilliant light, looking extremely extraordinary, and handed it to Yang Kai. What is this? Yang Kai asked curiously. Nanda June smiled. Didn't Palace Master ask Hou to refine a flight-type artifact for you? Here it is. So fast. Yang Kai took the flight-type artifact in surprise, feeling it for a moment before showing a shocked expression, an Emperor-grade artifact. It hadn't been long since he brought Hou back to High Heaven Palace, and although he had assigned her the task of refining a flight-type artifact, in Yang Kai's opinion, refining a flight-type artifact would take at least a few years, but how long had it been? It seemed less than half a year, maybe 3 or 4 months. Nanda June smiled. Although Little Ho's character isn't very good, she does have some skill in artifact refining, and our High Heaven Palace doesn't lack materials right now. If we throw a lot of materials at her, how could she not be able to refine anything? Little Ho said that this thing still has room for improvement, so when Palace Master has time, he can help you upgrade it. She's not thinking of running away, is she? Yang Kai smiled slightly, slowly immersing his mind into the flight-type artifact in his hand, showing a look of fondness. Nanda June snorted and gloated. The 3 monster kings take turns guarding her. If she dares to run away, they will break her legs. The monster kings aren't very nice to talk to. The monster king's respect was only for Yang Kai, or it could be said that it was because of Tian Xing and the Holy Spirit Source. They didn't care about others. What Emperor-grade array master, Emperor-grade alchemist, or Emperor-grade weapon refiner? In the eyes of the monster kings, there was no such thing as monster kings. Whoever had the most power would dominate everything. With the 3 monster kings taking turns guarding Hou, she would never be able to escape from High Heaven Palace in her lifetime. Yang Kai's mind flashed with Hou's painful expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, Hou lived up to her name as Master Hou. Yang Kai hadn't even started to refine this artifact, but he could already feel that this thing was extraordinary. If he could completely refine it, it should be able to display a good function. However, to Yang Kai, the other functions of this artifact didn't matter. The most important thing was that it could fly. As long as it was fast enough, nothing else mattered. Did Hou give it a name? Yang Kai asked. Nanda June thought for a moment, then replied, Flowing Cloud Shuttle. She said that if Palace Master didn't like it, he could just give it a name. Let's call it Flowing Cloud Shuttle. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly took out an item and handed it to Nanda June, saying, Take this back. What is this? Nanda June curiously took it and found that the item that Yang Kai handed over looked like a rouge box, but it was obviously not an ordinary rouge box. This was because the box had an ancient aura flowing on it. It was obviously a very good artifact. He first took out some spirit pills to repair the soul, and then began to refine the Flowing Cloud Shuttle. He found that he had underestimated the effect of the experience in the dream world on his soul. He originally thought that with the protection of the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, no matter how severe the damage to his soul was, it should be more or less healed in half a month. But in fact, more than 10 days had passed, and his soul hadn't improved much. He guessed that this was because his soul was overdrawn. It wasn't just because of the injury in the dream world, but also because of the time distortion. 2 years and 5 days was a huge burden on the soul. It was equivalent to Yang Kai using up 2 years of soul power in 5 days, and he wanted to replenish it. It definitely wasn't something that could be done in 10 days or half a month. Emperor-grade artifacts weren't easy to refine, and Yang Kai's current soul power was somewhat difficult to sustain. However, he still spent a few days to leave a simple imprint of his own on the flowing cloud shuttle. Just like that. It was enough to drive the flowing cloud shuttle, but he couldn't use most of its power. This was enough. For Yang Kai, the flowing cloud shuttle's greatest use was as a means of transportation. He set off again, and after thinking carefully for a while, he determined his destination. After going through the dream world, his memories of the past were a bit blurry. The southern swamp was a dangerous place in the southern territory. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the frozen earth in the northern territory, there were still many masters who died there every year. What attracted these cultivators to the southern swamp was the rich and abundant precious treasures and the various cave mansions hidden in unknown corners. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the southern marsh was the place where the martial artists of the southern region prospered. Countless sects and forces established their own sects here and developed and grew. However, a calamity of the heavens and the earth caused this bustling area to become a marsh, and the martial artists of the southern region gradually abandoned this treasured land. During that disaster, countless sects were destroyed, and many cave mansions were hidden. Often, there were cultivators who risked their lives to discover the ruins of ancient sects and the inheritances of masters here, and from then on, they soared to the sky. In the southern swamp, there were also many special spiritual flowers and herbs. These were treasures that couldn't be found anywhere else in the star boundary, and any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. In front of all kinds of benefits, some dangers could no longer stop the cultivator's pace of exploration. Hundreds of years ago, the southern swamp had become very lively, but as more and more benefits were discovered, this place once again quieted down. However, there were still some people who didn't fear death who came here every few days. Yang Kai had heard of the southern swamp before, but this was the first time he had entered it. He was bold because of his skill, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if his divine soul hadn't recovered, he wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the southern swamp, it was already half a month later. He found that this place was just as the rumors said. There were swamps everywhere, and there were extremely dangerous auras hidden under the swamps, like cheetahs waiting for their prey to walk into a trap, ready to pounce on them at any time to deliver a fatal blow. The southern swamp had many poisonous barriers. Looking down from above, these poisonous barriers were colorful, and under the reflection of the sun, they converged to form a colorful spectacle. Under the colorful appearance, however, there was a murderous aura at every step. The existence of these poisonous barriers alone was enough to stop any cultivator below the Tao Source realm. Only cultivators of the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm could resist the erosion of these poisonous barriers and safely explore the southern swamp. However, there were strong and weak poisonous barriers. Even the Emperor realm couldn't easily resist the powerful poisonous barriers. Once eroded by the poison, even the masters of the Emperor realm could die. Yang Kai took out his communication artifact, found Hua Yulu's mark on it, and sent a message. Half a day later, there was a response from the communication artifact. After immersing himself in investigating, Yang Kai turned around and flew away. 2 hours later, Yang Kai sensed the existence of several auras in the distance. One of them was Hua Yulu's, so he immediately flew in that direction. The few people there obviously also noticed Yang Kai's existence. Before he approached, they all released their divine senses to investigate. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of surprise. Because they sensed the existence of the flowing cloud shuttle. The flowing cloud shuttle was a flight-type Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Such an Emperor artifact was extremely rare even in the Emperor realm. If it weren't for Ho Yu refining it for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have his own flight-type Emperor artifact now. After a short while, the flowing cloud shuttle flew in front of everyone. After a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Hua Yulu looked at him with a joyful expression, then was stunned. Because she saw an extremely unfamiliar face, one that wasn't Yang Kai's face at all. But soon, she realized that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of disguising artifact to change his appearance. An appearance-changing artifact was something Yang Kai had obtained in the solitary void sealed world, but it wasn't of much use. It basically couldn't hide the traces of an appearance-changing artifact in front of an Emperor Realm Master. Anyone could tell that he was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, but it could cover up his weak appearance. Without this artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hide his pale face. Hua Yulu didn't think too much about why Yang Kai did this, but since Yang Kai intended to hide his identity, she naturally had to cooperate. "Brother Yang," Hua Yulu greeted. "Palace Master Hua." Yang Kai gently nodded to her, sorry for being late. Besides Hua Yulu, there were already 4 people gathered here. Obviously, all of them were present. Back then, Hua Yulu said that she discovered the ancient secluded mansion with 2 other people. Although they broke some of the barriers inside and each of them gained some benefits, they were blocked by the last barrier and couldn't enter. Then, the 3 of them discussed going back to find helpers. Each of them could only find 1 helper below the second-order Emperor realm, and they would come back half a year later to explore. Hua Yulu looked for Xia Sheng, but unfortunately, Xia Sheng was stationed at the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave, so she could only ask Yang Kai for help. Since Xia Sheng asked, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, not to mention he was also very interested in the ancient secluded mansion. Because Hua Yulu obtained a small flower drum inside. That small flower drum was the same as the mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic artifact, but it wasn't very powerful. According to Hua Yulu, one of the other 2 people's cultivation increased greatly inside. Originally, that person's cultivation was the lowest among the 3, but when he left, his aura was the strongest. As for the other person, he learned a secret technique, but no one knew how powerful it was. The path of cultivation wasn't like building a chariot behind closed doors. All kinds of experiences and opportunities were also necessary. Often, these experiences and opportunities were easier to improve one's strength than bitter cultivation. Unfortunately, this exploration of the ancient secluded mansion was a bit unlucky. Yang Kai had just experienced the 1,000 illusionary dream world and needed to rest, but since he had already made an agreement with someone, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This time, safety was the priority. As long as he could bring Hua Yulu back in one piece, he wouldn't let down Xia Sheng's trust. Hua Yulu and Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections and nodded in agreement. To be honest, Hua Yulu was relieved at this moment. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and hadn't seen Yang Kai for the past few days, so she thought that Yang Kai was going to miss the appointment. Now that she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally felt relieved. "Wait a moment." The amiable old man raised his hand. Everyone looked at him together, not knowing what he meant. The old man said, "There's one more person coming." "One more?" Wu Kuangyi's face sank, and the anger he had suppressed surged as he quickly said, "Yang Tai, what do you mean? Half a year ago, we agreed that each of us could only find 1 helper, and that helper had to be below the second-order Emperor realm. You've already found 1, are you saying there's a second one?" This time, even Hua Yulu's face sank. Compared to Yang Kai being a few days late, if this old man, Yang Tai, really did what Wu Kuangyi said, it would be treacherous and unforgivable. Yang Kai glanced at the woman standing next to Yang Tai and found that her expression didn't change and was still smiling. Obviously, she was already aware of this and wasn't surprised. Yang Tai hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. This old man didn't break the agreement between us. I only found 1 helper, Madam Chen. The one coming is not my helper." He had an innocent look on his face, as if Wu Kuangyi had wronged him. Wu Kuangyi angrily said, "Brother Yang, please explain clearly. If you can't satisfy us, even if I agree, I'm afraid Palace Master Hua and Brother Yang Kai won't agree." The existence of the ancient cave mansion was discovered by him, Yang Tai, and Hua Yulu, so it was shared by the 3 of them. Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu both kept the agreement and only brought 1 helper, but Yang Tai still wanted to wait for another person, which made Wu Kuangyi burn with anger. Yang Tai smiled bitterly, "Brother Wu will understand when you see that person. When the time comes, Brother Wu and Palace Master Hua can decide whether to bring him along. This old man won't have any opinion." Wu Kuang-yi sneered, "It sounds like Brother Yang thinks that person must go. Or is that person of some use to us? I'd like to know who that person is." Yang Tai didn't say anything this time and just smiled, looking extremely unfathomable. At this point, even if Wu Kuang-yi was angry, he couldn't really have a conflict with Yang Tai, so he could only suppress his temper and wait. Yang Tai spoke so confidently, and to be honest, he was also very curious about who they were waiting for. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu looked at each other and both felt that this treasure hunt was going to be full of troubles. They had just met up, yet there were already so many conflicts. 6 people in 3 small groups obviously couldn't sincerely cooperate, so it would be a good thing if they didn't fight when the time came. However, this was also normal. Yang Kai was already mentally prepared for this, but Hua Yulu showed a worried expression. While waiting for the others, Yang Kai and Hua Yulu secretly communicated with each other and asked for the names of the other party. Yang Kai already knew about Wu Kuang-yi and Yang Tai. Both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Half a year ago, the two of them had explored the ancient cave mansion with Hua Yulu. Wu Kuang-yi's cultivation had greatly increased in that cave mansion. Although they were all First-Order Emperors, Wu Kuang-yi's aura was the weakest among the 3 of them, but now, it seemed that his aura was comparable to a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm and was the strongest of the 3. The helper Wu Kuang-yi found was a man of few words. Yang Kai hadn't heard him say a word since he arrived. He seemed to have a naturally cold face, as if he wanted to die immediately. According to Wu Kuang-yi's introduction, this person was called Fang Zhua. The woman standing with Yang Tai was called Shen Bingru. Hua Yulu didn't know the origins of Fang Zhua and Shen Bingru, but she knew the details of Wu Kuang-yi and Yang Tai very well. While secretly communicating, Hua Yulu told Yang Kai all this information. Chapter 2909. After waiting for half an hour, the 6 people present suddenly felt a strange and powerful aura flying in their direction. Wu Kuang-yi, Hua Yulu, and the others frowned secretly, but Yang Tai was overjoyed and looked in that direction. After a while, a white-haired old man arrived in front of them. He stood in the air and nodded slightly at them. "Brother Gong." Yang Tai immediately cupped his fist and greeted him warmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yang," the old man responded with a smile. Apparently, he was familiar with Yang Tai. It's fine. We've only just met." Yang Tai chuckled. This was indeed the case. They had been waiting here for Yang Kai for several days, and only when Yang Kai arrived did they truly reunite. He turned around and said to Wu Kuang-yi and the others, "This is the one I've been waiting for. Brother Wu, do you know who he is?" Wu Kuang-yi frowned and looked at him. He recalled Yang Tai's words and guessed, "Your Excellency's surname is Gong. Are you related to the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley?" As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Yulu's eyes lit up as she sized up the old man surnamed Gong with great interest. If this old man was really from the Gong family, he would be a great help to them. Yang Tai smiled and said, "Brother Wu is really knowledgeable. Brother Gong is indeed from the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley." Wu Kuang-yi said coldly, "The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley is famous. Although I am ignorant, I have heard about it." He was still angry with Yang Tai's behavior and felt that Yang Tai had betrayed their agreement. He looked up at the old man and asked, "How should I address you?" The old man smiled and said, "Gong Yu." "Gong Yu." Wu Kuang-yi thought for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked and cupped his fist and said, "So you are the former master of the Gong family. Please forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Gong Yu's name and knew his origin. He didn't dare to be careless and gave him the respect he deserved. Gong Yu smiled and waved his hand. "I am just an old man who has nothing to do. You don't have to be so polite." Yang Tai said, "A few days ago, I went to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice on the restriction formation. Coincidentally, Brother Gong came out of seclusion and saw this restriction formation. Brother Gong liked it very much, so he wanted to come and take a look. Brother Gong's request was really hard for this little old man to refuse. That's why this happened today. This little old man will first apologize to everyone. Brother Wu, please don't be angry. Wu Kuangyi said with a cold face, there is no such thing, Brother Yang, you worry too much. Gong Yu said, it was Ol Gong who came uninvited. Everyone, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Brother Yang was also forced into a corner. Of course, I'm only interested in the ancient restriction formation and want to see it with my own eyes. It would be best if I could participate in breaking it. However, if you feel that there is something wrong, then this Gong may as well return home. Although the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley was not a top force, it was also very good. Its fame was related to the way of array, because this family specialized in the study of array. There were many array masters in the family, and many sects in the Southern Territory had to ask the Gong family for help when they were setting up array. Huayulu also wanted to go to the Gong family to ask about the ancient cave mansion's restriction formation, but it was just a thought and she didn't really go. Now it seemed that Yang Tai had the same idea as her. Moreover, Yang Tai seemed to be somewhat familiar with this Gong Yu, so he could talk to him. The people of the Gong family were obsessed with array, especially the strange array that had been lost in the ancient times. It was reasonable that Gong Yu would be interested in such a restriction formation and come uninvited. After they understood this point, everyone immediately knew why Yang Tai had said those words before. If Gong Yu was here, it would be very helpful for their treasure hunting trip. After all, he was the former family head of the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley. His attainments in the way of array had reached the peak, and few people in the world could be compared with him. If they could get his help, it would be easy to break the ancient formation. Wu Kuangyi pondered for a long time and glanced at Huayulu from the corner of his eyes. He was secretly communicating with her through voice transmission. He didn't hide it. Therefore, everyone could see clearly and guess what they were talking about. After a while, Wu Kuangyi said, Family head Gong, dare I ask, did you come here just for the ancient formation? I think you also know what we are going to do. If we get something good in the ancient cave mansion. Gong Yu said immediately, the array is the great way for me. It is the only and eternal way. This answer was enough. There were 3,000 great ways in the world, and Gong Yu pursued the way of array. No matter how precious the other things were, they were not as precious as the ancient formation. Yang Tai chuckled and said, Brother Gong just wants to take a look at the array formation and participate in cracking it. He doesn't have any other requests. Of course, if everyone feels that it's inappropriate, Brother Gong just said that he can go back home and won't force everyone. Well, the premise is that someone among us can break the array. Otherwise, we will have to go back empty-handed. He, Wu Kuangyi, and Huayulu had been preparing for half a year not only to find a reliable helper, but also to make a lot of preparations for the array. Huayulu wanted to go to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice, but a few months ago, Yang Kai took over the array, so Huayulu didn't go to the Heavenly River Valley. On Wu Kuangyi's side, the cold-faced man who was invited obviously had some knowledge of the array, because at this moment, Wu Kuangyi was looking at him and seemed to be asking for his opinion. The man called Feng Zhuo was silent for a long time, and then nodded gently. Wu Kuangyi understood, and said, Since no one has any objection, then please come with us, old Master Gong. We'll have to rely on you this time. Well, I will do my best. Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard. At this moment, Yang Kai took a step forward and said, Are you really the Gong family's patriarch? Can you prove your identity? Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold, and Wu Kuangyi seemed to be awakened. The reason why he trusted the identity of Gong Yu was that he had heard of Gong Yu and knew that he was the former master of the Gong family. Secondly, Yang Tai's words gave him a preconceived idea, so he didn't doubt it. Now that Yang Kai mentioned it, he suddenly became alert. He had never seen Gong Yu, so he didn't know what Gong Yu looked like. The man in front of him might be Gong Yu, or maybe not. If he was really the former master of the Gong family, he could trust him, but if he was an impostor, then he had to be careful. Thinking of this, Wu Kuangyi leisurely glanced at Yang Tai. Yang Tai was still smiling. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Yang Kai, you really like to joke. Is there anyone who can impersonate Brother Gong? You asked the wrong question. If you don't understand something, you should ask clearly. What's wrong?" Yang Kai also turned to look at him with a smile on his face. Yang Tai frowned and said, "I guarantee in my name that Brother Gong is Brother Gong, the former master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley." Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Tai seemed to know that his guarantee didn't have any weight. Before this, he hadn't even met Yang Kai, so how could he guarantee anything? Wu Kuangyi seemed to be a little suspicious, so he said with a bitter face, "Oh, what should we do? Should we go to the Tianhe Valley to verify it?" Obviously, this was impossible. The Tianhe Valley was very far from here, and it would take at least 2 months to go there and back. Who had the time to delay? His suggestion was tantamount to not saying anything. The more Yang Tai said, the more suspicious Wu Kuangyi became. He kept looking at Yang Tai and Gong Yu, as if he was trying to find some clues. But to his disappointment, Yang Tai didn't look suspicious. Although Gong Yu was being questioned, he was still calm and graceful, showing the demeanor of a big shot. Wu Kuangyi couldn't help but wonder if Yang Kai was a little too careful. Gong Yu said, "Although I have the Gong family's keepsake on me, I don't think it will be useful even if I take it out. Since this little brother has doubts, then this Gong will have to prove himself. But how can I prove it? Little brother, do you have a suitable method?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since it's about arrays, then prove it with arrays. Who here has studied arrays?" When he said this, everyone vaguely understood what he meant. Wu Kuangyi hurriedly looked at Feng Zhuo. Although Feng Zhuo was taciturn, his mind was extremely sharp and he immediately understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Taking a step forward, he took out a few array flags without a word and threw them into the void one by one, disappearing into thin air. His movements were natural and smooth. Sure enough, he had studied arrays, and his attainments were extraordinary. Gong Yu's smile didn't fade. He seemed to have guessed Feng Zhuo's plan and let him do as he pleased. Under Feng Zhuo's actions, a large part of the void suddenly became distorted. When he threw the last array flag into the corresponding position, Gong Yu's position suddenly changed and he disappeared. Everyone used their divine senses to investigate, only to find that there was an array blocking them. They couldn't see anything with the naked eye. Oh. So Brother Feng Zhuo is also proficient in arrays? Yang Tai looked surprised. Feng Zhuo was a man of few words. "I know a little." Then he put his hands behind his back and squinted at his array. This was obviously a trapping array. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could trap someone in a certain position and make them unable to move. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, then it shouldn't be too difficult to crack the array. But if he was an impostor, then he definitely didn't have the corresponding knowledge of arrays. This test was simple and clear. Although it couldn't completely confirm Gong Yu's identity, it could at least eliminate everyone's doubts about him. For a moment, everyone focused on the array, wanting to know the final result. As for the cause of death, there was no need for Yang Tai to say anything. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma, which showed how dangerous it was. The world was big and full of strange things. In front of the ferocious power of heaven and earth, no matter how strong an individual was, sometimes, they would appear insignificant. After Yang Tai's voice fell, the poisonous miasma that was split by his attack fiercely closed in the middle and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a mysterious force that kept the poisonous miasma in place, preventing everyone from moving forward. Gong Yu frowned slightly and exclaimed, "What a strong poison. Brother Yang, how did you enter the cave mansion last time with this poisonous miasma blocking the way?" Yang Tai smiled and said, "It was a coincidence. Everything has its counter. Although this poisonous miasma is strong, there is something here that can restrain it, just like where a poisonous snake appears, there must be an antidote. And, when the time comes, everyone will know for themselves." He kept everyone in suspense and did not explain too much. Gong Yu just smiled and did not take it seriously. "Our time is just right. Everyone will be able to enter tonight, so let's take advantage of this opportunity to rest. We don't know what dangers there are in the ancient cave mansion, but it will be easier to deal with them after resting." Naturally, no one had any objections to his words, so everyone found a place to meditate and rest. Hua Yulu naturally stayed with Yang Kai and took out 2 spirit pills to consume. Although she was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and could travel for a few days at full speed, staying in this poisonous miasma for so long had consumed a lot of her Emperor Qi. Naturally, she needed to take this opportunity to recover. Everyone else did the same. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and said, "Old Patriarch Gong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. This junior has something to ask of you." Gong Yu was looking around and turned to look at Yang Kai when he heard this and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I am experienced and knowledgeable, but I have lived a long time. What does little brother want to ask?" "If this Gong knows, he will definitely tell you." Yang Kai said, "It's like this. I have a friend who obtained a flowing time great emperor fruit. He doesn't know how to take it to maximize its efficacy." "Flowing time great emperor fruit?" Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Is it the flowing time great emperor fruit that can prolong one's life?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Tai's eyes lit up even more. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan, but he still couldn't resist the corrosion of the flowing time great emperor. In other words, he was old, but he hadn't lived long enough. In the past 100 years, he hadn't been engrossed in cultivation and had only wanted to find a way to live longer. His 100 years of hard work did have some effect and had increased his lifespan by a lot, but he had tried ordinary methods and pills, and none of them worked for him. The reason why he took the risk to come to the southern swamp was to find some precious treasures that could prolong his lifespan. That was how he, Hua Yulu and the others accidentally discovered the existence of the ancient cave mansion. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai mention the flowing time great emperor fruit, he was naturally very excited. He had naturally heard of the flowing time great emperor fruit. It was very useful to him, so it was inevitable that he would care about it. The flowing time great emperor fruit is a very good thing. Gong Yu stroked his beard and smiled, "But little brother, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. This Gong focuses on the Tao of spirit arrays and isn't proficient in pills, so this Gong has no better suggestions than to ask someone to refine the flowing time great emperor fruit." Yang Kai agreed, "It seems that this is the only way, but if you want to refine the flowing time great emperor fruit, you need an emperor realm alchemist. But if you want to ask an Emperor Realm Alchemist to refine a pill," everyone knew how difficult it was to ask an Emperor Realm Alchemist to refine a pill. Even if you prepared enough materials and remuneration, if you didn't have the right connections, it was normal for you to wait a few years or more before it was your turn. Gong Yu smiled slightly, "I hope your friend doesn't need it urgently. He's still young, there's no need to rush." Yang Kai also smiled. "That's good." Gong Yu didn't say anything more and turned around to continue observing the poison barrier in front of him with a calm expression. Chapter 29:11. Yang Tai seemed to be very interested in the flowing time great emperor. At this time, he put aside Gong Yu and stayed by Yang Kai's side, trying to find out the identity of Yang Kai's friend. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. With the topic cleverly changed, Yang Tai didn't want to appear too eager, so in the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled and walk away resentfully. The scene suddenly quieted down as the 7 people sat in meditation, waiting for the arrival of night. A wisp of divine sense suddenly extended towards Yang Kai, followed by Yang Kai hearing Hua Yulu's whisper, "Is there a problem?" Although she was a woman, as the palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace, she was naturally not an innocent little girl. Yang Kai's previous performance had given her some clues, so she quietly asked. Yang Kai responded calmly, after entering the ancient cave mansion, "Don't leave within 10 meters of me." Hua Yulu was slightly surprised. Is there really a problem? If there was no problem, Yang Kai wouldn't have warned her like this, but she couldn't see anything wrong no matter how hard she tried, so she couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai said, "You should have heard about the opening of the Four Seasons realm many years ago, right?" Hua Yulu replied, "I've heard about it. I also heard that Brother Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill there." The Four Seasons realm was not a small sealed world. It was a palace left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Every time it opened, only the most outstanding Dao Source realm cultivator in the Southern Territory could enter and experience it. Each time it opened, it would bring many benefits. Recently, the Four Seasons realm had become a hot topic. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill, a heaven-defying spirit pill, which made Yang Kai's reputation soar. Secondly, it was because an ancient divine spirit had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, the vicious beast Qiongqi. No one could ignore the birth of a holy spirit, not to mention that it was a ferocious beast that was famous for its savagery in ancient times. It was said that Qiongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, Qiongqi had been sleeping in the flowing time temple until the recent opening of the Four Seasons realm. In the following years, the experts of the Southern Territory were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that Qiongqi would do something evil. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no news of Qiongqi after that, and his whereabouts were unknown. As time passed, everyone's attention on Qiongqi gradually decreased. Because Hua Yulu had experienced the power of Yang Kai several times, and this time she was going to explore the ancient cave mansion with him, she deliberately inquired about Yang Kai and learned some information about the Four Seasons realm. Thinking back, at that time, she was already in the Emperor realm, and Yang Kai had only just entered the Dao Source realm, but now Yang Kai was on equal footing with her, and she even had to rely on him for her safety. After some comparison, Hua Yulu's mood was inexplicably complicated. "I once met a descendant of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm, and we each obtained a flowing time Great Emperor fruit," Yang Kai replied. Hua Yulu was surprised. "You're so lucky." Yang Kai chuckled. "The world only knows that the flowing time Great Emperor fruit can prolong one's life, but they don't know that there are two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits. One of them can indeed prolong one's life, but the other is poisonous. If eaten accidentally, it will cause the flowing time Great Emperor to age rapidly. The two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits look the same on the surface, but the effects are completely opposite." It had 8 claws, a long tail, and 2 big eyes on the top of its head, which were bulging like a toad's. When it crawled, its long tongue moved in and out of its mouth, as if a poisonous snake was looking for its prey. Not only that, but it also exuded an unpleasant smell, which made people want to vomit. This thing was extremely ugly. Even though the two women's cultivation was superb, they couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was looking at it with great interest, as if it was a delicious delicacy. More and more monsters crawled out of the puddles in an endless stream. At first, there were only dozens or hundreds of them, but soon, they covered the sky and covered the earth. None of the people from the Emperor realm present recognized what this thing was. They should be a kind of monster beast, because there were traces of demonic qi on their bodies, but their strength wasn't very strong. At most, they were at the 5th or 6th order, and some of them might not even have condensed a monster core. Any one of them could easily exterminate a large number of such monster beasts. No one knew how they managed to survive in such a harsh environment. Although they had not encountered any danger along the way, they had sensed that there were many ferocious monster beasts hidden beneath the swamp. Their only advantage was their large number. These monsters crawled out of the swamp and headed towards the poisonous barrier in front of them. Rustling sounds could be heard as they climbed, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. Soon, some of the monsters at the front of the line arrived in front of the poison barrier. Under the close attention of Yang Kai and the others, these monsters stuck out their long tongues and licked them. A shocking scene occurred. The poison barrier, which could even kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was swallowed into the stomachs of these monsters. What's more, they were completely fine after swallowing it. They were actually feeding on the poisonous barrier, and the stronger the poison, the more delicious it was for them. A monster could only swallow a small amount of the poisonous barrier, and it would be quickly replenished by the surrounding poisonous barrier. But there were thousands of them, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As the tongue swallowed, the poisonous barrier in front of them thinned at a visible rate. Even with the rapid replenishment of the surrounding poisonous barrier, it couldn't stop these monsters from swallowing it. More and more monsters moved towards the inside of the poisonous barrier, and wherever they passed, they gradually opened up a safe path for everyone to move forward. Several people who saw this for the first time showed a look of understanding. Only now did they understand what Yang Tai meant during the day. Of all things in the world, there was always a counter to another. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that these 5th or 6th order monster beasts could actually swallow the poisonous barrier that even the Emperor Realm couldn't resist? And from what Yang Tai said before, these monster beasts didn't seem to move out every night. It seemed that they would only move at certain times, otherwise, Yang Tai wouldn't have said that everyone was just in time. It was a miracle that the ancient cave mansion could be found, and there were all kinds of coincidences. But if it weren't for that, the ancient cave mansion wouldn't have been left behind until now. If it was so easy to find, it would have been found by others long ago. Although the night was dark and there wasn't the slightest bit of light, everyone was strong, and the darkness couldn't hinder their observation. The poisonous barrier in front of them during the day gradually thinned in front of these densely packed monster beasts, and they gradually moved deeper into the swamp. But since Yang Tai didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either, and they all waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 hours, seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Yang Tai suddenly shouted, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to circulate his emperor's qi and fly forward, following the passage opened by the monster beast. Gong Yu and Shen Bingru, who were already prepared, immediately followed. Wu Kuangyi and Fang Zhuo were in a better position and were the second group to rush in, less than 100 feet away from Yang Tai. Kai Yang and Hua Yulu fell behind again. Kai Yang gave her a push, allowing her to walk in front. This action warmed Hua Yulu's heart and increased her sense of security. As soon as the 7 of them moved, they immediately alarmed the monster beast that was swallowing the poisonous barrier. They changed their previous quiet disguise and let out sharp cries that reached everyone's ears. It was like metal rubbing against metal, scratching people's hearts. Not only that, but some demonic beasts also leaped up from the ground, their tongues sticking out as they rolled towards the group. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to drag the group down. Chapter 29:12. The group of people from the Emperor Realm didn't take the level 5 or level 6 monster beasts seriously. They killed a large number of them in an instant. The monster beast's body exploded one by one, turning into blood that flowed into the swamp. Not only did this not scare off their remaining companions, but it also stimulated their ferocity. More and more monster beasts pounced from the ground. The sharp screeches didn't stop for a moment. At some point, these chaotic screeches suddenly became unified. Thousands of screeches converged into a sound wave, forming a visible shockwave that shrouded the 7 people. Yang Tai, who was the leader, shouted as if he was facing a great enemy, "Run!" Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi's expressions also became more serious. Just as the others were puzzled, a strange scene appeared. After the sharp screeches resonated, the auras of the monster beast from the swamp began to be closely connected. From level 5 or 6, they quickly climbed to level 7, level 8, or even higher. Yang Kai casually launched an attack and glanced down. He immediately saw a scene that made him click his tongue in amazement. He saw that the overwhelming monster beast was gradually fusing together. It was as if they were originally disassembled parts of a huge monster, and now they had some kind of opportunity to reassemble. A monster that was more than 100 feet long suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This monster had 2 horns on its head, covered in scales, and 8 claws. It looked like a flood dragon, but not a flood dragon. Its appearance was extremely strange. At this moment, it was no longer level 5 or 6. It was emitting the aura of a level 10 monster beast. More and bigger monsters circled below and chased after them. Yang Kai felt the aura of several level 12 monster beasts. Level 11 and level 10 beasts were everywhere. Those level 5 or 6 monster beasts that the Emperor realm didn't take seriously. They had the strange ability to fuse with each other and grow stronger. Moreover, the speed of their melting was beyond imagination. To be able to survive in such an environment, these monster beasts really couldn't be taken lightly. With a rumble, these huge monsters swam on the ground and chased after them. They raised their heads high and opened their mouths to bite at the people in the sky. An unpleasant stench came out of their huge mouths. After missing their attack, they actually spat out colorful balls of light from their mouths. Yang Kai saw clearly that those balls of light were the poisonous miasma that they had swallowed before. Yang Kai could even face a level 12 monster beast calmly, but he couldn't ignore the powerful poisonous miasma. The faces of the other 6 also changed greatly as they summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Compared to the Emperor realm, the flying great ink dragon armor, although it was an Emperor artifact, it was mainly used to cover after dragonization. Yang Kai's left with no choice, he could only circulate his Emperor Qi to form a protective barrier around himself. The poisonous miasma flew over, and most of them were scattered by the combined efforts of the group. A few of them hit the group's artifacts and disappeared, but the strength of the poisonous miasma still made their scalps numb. Several Emperor artifacts flickered after blocking the poisonous miasma. Obviously, their spirituality had been damaged. The Emperor Qi that Yang Kai maintained outside his body was also corroded. He had no choice but to continue urging his energy to maintain his protection. He looked quite pitiful. The group fled, not wanting to be entangled with these monsters. It seemed like a long time, but also like a moment. If there were, Yang Kai's current state would not bode well for him. She wanted to remind him, but it was not appropriate for her to do so, so she could only secretly make up her mind to be careful. Yang Kai was indeed a little absent-minded. Since setting foot on this island, he had a very strange feeling, as if something was contacting him somewhere on this island, but when he tried to investigate it, he found nothing. He could not even find out where the connection came from. This made him puzzled. When Wu Kuangyi, Hua Yulu, and the others spoke to him, he was trying to figure out the situation, so he seemed a little absent-minded. The island was not big, so it only took a moment for everyone to arrive at a stone forest. There were more than a dozen stone pillars of different heights here. The surface of these stone pillars was mottled, and there were traces of erosion left by the flowing time Great Emperor. They seemed to be arranged in a disorderly manner, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was a reason behind the arrangement of these stone pillars. After looking at them carefully for a while, these stone pillars were even moving slowly. Moreover, they were moving faster and faster, gradually becoming dazzling to the eyes. Anyone could see that there was a big problem with this stone forest. Perhaps in ancient times, this was an extremely hidden entrance. Even if an expert comparable to the Emperor realm passed by here, they would not be able to discover anything. However, the outermost restriction had been in disrepair for many years, so its effect had weakened greatly, revealing many traces. Follow me. Yang Tai took the lead, and after calling out to everyone, he walked directly to the center of the stone forest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he seemed to pass through an invisible wall, and after passing through the stone forest, he mysteriously disappeared. Interesting, interesting. Gong Yu stroked his long beard and looked on with great interest. His eyes were bright, and it was obvious that he had discovered something, but he did not explain it in detail and just walked forward. A moment later, Gong Yu also disappeared. Fang Zhua and Wu Kuangyi were next. When it was Hua Yulu's turn, she turned back and said, "Brother Yang, you have to follow me." Yang Kai smiled at her, "I will follow you closely." Only then did Hua Yulu feel relieved and walk forward. Finally, it was Yang Kai's turn. When he crossed the invisible boundary, he clearly felt a feeling of crossing through the void. The restriction in the stone forest should have the effect of a transmission array. The first few people to enter were all here, and this place seemed to be a stone cave. The cave was only a few dozen feet in radius, and the air was dry and there was an unpleasant smell, but it was not too unbearable. There was some dim light coming from the walls of the cave. It was a special stone that was used to illuminate the cave. However, the flowing time Great Emperor had been here for too long, and most of these stones had lost their effectiveness. Those that were still functioning were like candles in the wind, and it looked like they could be extinguished at any time. There was nothing else in this stone cave, and it was unknown what this stone cave was used for in ancient times. This was not the place we entered last time. Yang Tai, who was leading the group, looked around for a while and scratched his head with an awkward expression. Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu also nodded. When the three of them entered the stone forest last time, they indeed did not enter this stone cave. Gong Yu smiled and said, "The stone forest is the restriction that controls the entrance, and we don't have the method to control it. Even if we enter by chance, we will only enter a random place. We are still inside the cave mansion, so let's walk around and look around. We will find the right way, and maybe we will find something you didn't find last time." Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he nodded, "Brother Gong is right. Let's go." While speaking, he walked out first, and the others followed closely behind. After walking out of the stone cave, there was a deep tunnel in front of them. Just like inside the stone cave, there were some strange stones on the walls for illumination. Although the light was not good, it was better than nothing. Although he was complaining, he didn't have much of a complaint. Gong Yu just smiled and didn't answer, appearing somewhat unfathomable. Wu Kuangyi frowned slightly, obviously annoyed that Yang Tai had acted on his own initiative and made everyone worried for no reason. However, it was just a false alarm, so he didn't say anything. With this encounter, everyone became more vigilant. Although the first barrier they encountered didn't display much power because it had been in disrepair for a long time, who could guarantee that the barriers here would be the same? Yang Tai, who was leading the group, didn't dare to act rashly. Step by step, they walked steadily. There were indeed some barriers on the way, but after everyone took turns to test them, they found that these barriers were the same as the first barrier they encountered. Because the flowing time Great Emperor had been in use for too long, they couldn't display much power. At most, they would only be a flash in the pan. Most of them didn't respond at all. Even so, everyone was still shocked. Because these barriers gave off a very strong feeling, no one could imagine how powerful they could be if they were intact, and how powerful the person who arranged these barriers was. 2 hours later, Yang Tai suddenly showed a joyful expression. Looking around, he said excitedly, "We found the way." Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu glanced at each other and smiled. They had finally found the path they had taken the last time, and as long as they followed it back, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Then, they arrived in front of the barrier that blocked their way. Everyone was very curious about what was hidden behind the spirit array. Although they had found the old path, Yang Tai still didn't relax his vigilance, and the light from the mirror in his hand continued to shine as he led the way. Another 2 hours passed. Everyone suddenly came to a huge stone cave that covered an area of several acres. Accustomed to walking in narrow corridors, everyone couldn't help but feel like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The grotto was also empty. There were only a few sharp stone pillars scattered around, some standing upright, and some hanging upside down. There were all kinds of strange things in the grotto, like a myriad of things in the world. A thick gate attracted everyone's attention. This door was several feet tall and was embedded in a certain part of the cave wall, seamlessly connecting with the cave wall. Everyone looked at the gate with burning eyes, as if there was some precious treasure hidden behind it. Yang Kai had seen this gate in the information picture given to him by Hua Yulu, but seeing it in the picture and seeing it in person were two different things. Seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai only felt that this gate gave off an extremely gloomy feeling, as if something bad was stirring behind it. The gate was red, as if it was poured with blood. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, it still looked as fresh as new. Many extremely complicated patterns were engraved on the gate, giving off a mysterious aura. It was these patterns that formed an ancient spirit array that sealed the gate, preventing people from peeping into the world inside. A group of 7 people stood in front of the gate with different expressions. Yang Tai's expression had an indescribable fanaticism, and for some reason, he was so excited that his lips were trembling. Although Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu were excited, they were more curious about what benefits were hidden behind the gate. Fang Zhuo's expression was as indifferent as ever, while Gong Yu narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Shen Bingru suddenly said, "Can't this barrier be broken?" Wu Kuangyi shook his head and said, "Last time, the 3 of us were unable to break it. If Lady Shen is interested, you can give it a try." Shen Bingru said softly, "No need." Although she was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, stronger than Hua Yulu and the others, she didn't want to waste her time on something that even the 3 of them couldn't do. "Brother Gong, I'll leave everything to you." Yang Tai suddenly turned his head with an indescribably dignified expression, as if he was entrusting Gong Yu with a matter of life and death. Gong Yu smiled and said, "I'll do my best. Everyone can take a rest while I study it carefully." "Good." Yang Tai nodded and turned around. "Everyone, take a rest. You may need our help later." Yang Kai smiled and said, "With old Patriarch Gong here, why should we add to the trouble?" Yang Tai said, "That's hard to say. Maybe there will be a time when we will be needed." "That's true." Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything more. He signaled Hua Yulu with his eyes and the 2 walked to the side and sat down to rest. Chapter 29:14. Inside the grotto, Gong Yu was busy, standing in front of the blood-red gate, constantly gesturing something, his expression changing from time to time. Everyone else was meditating, but Yang Tai seemed to be a little restless, walking back and forth, turning his head from time to time to look at the blood-red gate, but he didn't dare to disturb them, so he seemed very anxious. Wu Kuangyi asked him to sit down, but Yang Tai declined with a smile. "Brother Yang, is there anything wrong?" Hua Yulu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes, and replied, "Wait and see." So far, he hadn't found anything suspicious, except for his suspicion of Gong Yu's identity, but that was only a suspicion, and he couldn't be sure, so he couldn't give Hua Yulu a definite answer. Whether this suspicion would become a reality or not, it would depend on Gong Yu's performance. While resting, he immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by the South Gate Army, once again checking its contents, and memorizing some key points. Half a day later, Gong Yu suddenly took a few steps back, staring at the blood-red gate, and a smile appeared on his face, and he called out, "Everyone, please come here." Everyone heard this, and they all got up and walked over. Yang Tai couldn't wait to come in front of Gong Yu, and asked anxiously, "Brother Gong, do you have any idea?" Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard, a little. "Good, good, good, good." Yang Tai was so excited that his face flushed. "But if we want to break the array, we will need your help." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his eyes narrowed slightly, the suspicion in his heart growing stronger. Wu Kuangyi asked, "What does old Master Gong need us to do?" "We are not proficient in the array Dao, and only Brother Fang knows a little about it." Gong Yu smiled, "You don't need to be proficient, you just need to cooperate, but the premise is that you must trust this old man unconditionally." Everyone looked at each other. Yang Tai did not know to what extent the trust he was talking about was. He said, "Since we have invited Brother Gong to help us, we will naturally trust you." That's good. Gong Yu smiled and said, I will teach everyone a set of techniques. Once we are familiar with each other, we can join forces to set up the formation. Once this formation is set up, we can break this ancient restriction. Then what are you waiting for? I'll have to trouble Brother Gong to teach me, Yang Tai said anxiously. Gong Yu smiled and beckoned everyone forward. He took out a few blank jade slips and imprinted their contents with his divine sense before handing them out one by one. Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. After thoroughly understanding the contents of the jade slip, he sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know what the other people's jade slips contained, he thought that it should be different from his own. If they worked together to set up a formation, everyone had to be responsible for different things. At this time, a central hub was needed to coordinate everyone's strength and merge them into one. And this central hub would undoubtedly be Gong Yu. The central hub controlled the most exquisite part of the formation. As the central hub of the formation, once the formation was set up, he would be able to control the others to a certain extent. Although he wouldn't be able to control their lives, this kind of control wasn't something that the Emperor realm could easily accept. That was why he said that he wanted everyone to trust him unconditionally. If there was no trust, they wouldn't be able to work together to set up the formation. Yang Kai didn't look at the contents of the jade slip in detail because he had already seen it. The jade slip that the South Gate army gave him had records of this. That day, he had asked Bian Yuqing to bring the information about the ancient restriction formation back to the High Heaven Palace so that the South Gate army could carefully research a plan to break the formation. The South Gate army lived up to their reputation as formation emperors. In just over a month, they came up with 3 plans. One of them was to use the formation to break the formation, just like what Gong Yu was doing at the moment. However, if they really did that, they would fall into someone else's trap. This was because using the formation to break the formation was only the beginning. If they wanted to completely break the ancient restriction on the blood-colored gate, they would need another method, an extremely evil method. Yang Kai originally planned to use the plan that the South Gate army came up with to help Hua Yulu and the others break the formation. Then, he would explore to see if there was anything good inside. However, he didn't expect Gong Yu to appear halfway. With such a formation grandmaster in the team. Of course, there was no need for him to show his face. However, Gong Yu's actions made him suspicious. If he had only suspected Gong Yu's identity before, he could now conclude that there was something wrong with Gong Yu and Yang Tai. As for the other person, Yang Kai wasn't sure yet. He raised his head and glanced at Yang Tai. He saw that Yang Tai had a focused expression. He seemed to be checking the contents of the jade slip in his hand, but in fact, he was silently communicating with someone with his divine sense. Kai Yang's heart immediately understood. As if sensing his gaze, Gong Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a smile. Little brother Yang, do you have any other questions? Yes. Yang Kai's voice was surprisingly loud, echoing back and forth in the rock cave, interrupting everyone's attention, causing Wu Kuangyi and the others to furrow their brows and reveal displeased looks. Gong Yu said, I wonder what little brother Yang doesn't understand? Perhaps this old master can explain a thing or two. There is only one question. Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes, narrowed his eyes, and slowly asked, Who are you? The smile on Gong Yu's face stiffened slightly, and the others from the Emperor realm who were alarmed by him also raised their heads in surprise. They didn't have time to check the contents of the jade slip, and their faces were full of astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, Hua Yulu immediately moved closer to Yang Kai, as if she was looking for a sense of security. The rock cave was silent for a long time, and only Yang Kai's aggressive eyes could be heard. They were like 2 knives that wanted to cut open Gong Yu's mind and expose the secrets hidden in it. What do you mean? The first one to ask was not Gong Yu, but Wu Kuangyi. He seemed to be more impatient, and if he had a question in his heart, he would ask it immediately. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. Literally. Yang Kai replied lightly. Wu Kuangyi frowned and was secretly annoyed by Yang Kai's attitude. However, Yang Kai's answer was not wrong, but he was a little surprised. "Little brother, what enmity do you have with me? Or is there a grudge between you and my Gong family?" Gong Yu asked, the indifferent smile returning to his face. "There is no enmity between us," Yang Kai shook his head. Gong Yu smiled and said, "If there is no enmity between us, then why does little brother question my identity again and again?" When Gong Yu had just arrived, Yang Kai had questioned him once. In the end, it was Feng Zhuo who verified Gong Yu's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, which confirmed his identity as the former patriarch of the Gong family. Now, it was the second time, and even a clay figurine had a temper. As the former patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu did not get angry when he was questioned like this, which was enough to show his temperament. If it had been someone with a slightly more violent temper, they would have immediately attacked Yang Kai. This old master is this old master, the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu, who stepped down 200 years ago. Gong Yu's voice suddenly became a little louder, and even his figure became a lot straighter. His words were powerful and resonating. "Brother Yang Kai, don't make trouble. This old master can guarantee with his life that there is no problem with Brother Gong's identity." Yang Tai jumped out to mediate the situation, but there seemed to be a wisp of worry hidden between his brows, and it was extremely obvious. He urged, "Now isn't the time to be entangled in this. Let's think of a way to break this ancient restriction first before we talk about anything else. If we can't solve the problem and work together, how can we break this spirit array?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "You?" A trace of anger appeared on Yang Tai's face as he clearly blamed Yang Kai. "Brother Yang is right," Shen Bingru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Yang Tai turned his head to look at her and said in surprise, "Madam Shen, you are also..." Shen Bingru was a helper he had invited, and the two of them had a close relationship in private. He had not expected that Shen Bingru would stand on Yang Kai's side at this time, making him feel inexplicably distressed. Shen Bingru smiled and said, "Brother Yang, please calm your anger. We have cultivated to this realm and have faced many obstacles along the way. Every time we encounter danger, we have to be extremely careful, as if we are treading on thin ice. If we weren't careful, I'm afraid we would have already returned to the earth like all living beings. So, I want to hear what little brother Yang means and what he wants to say." Her beautiful eyes looked towards Kai Yang. Her pair of big bright eyes seemed to be able to speak. Kai Yang nodded his head in greeting. It wasn't that she trusted Yang Kai, but since there was a problem, she naturally wanted to hear it. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. Wu Kuangyi hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. "What are you suspecting? Let us all hear it." Yang Kai said, "I've already said it." Gong Yu sighed, "Your suspicions are without any reason." Yang Tai looked at Hua Yulu with bitter hatred and said, "Palace Master Hua, is this the helper you found? If he didn't want to help, he didn't have to come. Why did he have to destroy the unity and stability between us? Now, the spirit array hasn't been broken yet, but we have an internal problem, all because of a single sentence of nonsense." Hua Yulu blushed slightly and said, "I believe. Brother Yang." Yang Tai's face darkened as he angrily said to Yang Kai, "Boy, if you don't want to participate in breaking the spirit array, you can leave now. You are also from the Emperor realm, so you should remember where you came from. Just return, this old master won't force you." Yang Kai smiled faintly, "If I leave, how will this spirit array be formed?" Yang Tai snorted, "As long as Brother Gong is here, so what if you're one less? Brother Gong can break the spirit array alone." Yang Kai turned to look at Gong Yu and said with a smile, "Then you should ask Patriarch Gong whether he can form the 6-direction Supreme Spirit Array with 5 people assisting him." As soon as this statement came out, Gong Yi was slightly startled. Feng Zhuo, who had not spoken yet, raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment on his face. Yang Tai's mouth was wide open as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. The rest of the group immediately understood that Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Chapter 29:15. The spirit array Gong Yu was going to set up was called the Six Directions Supreme Formation, but no one knew about it before Yang Kai told them about it. The jade slip Gong Yu gave them only contained the method to set up the spirit array and did not explain much. Everyone only needed to circulate their power according to the method and cooperate with others, so it did not seem too complicated. Everyone believed that the jade slip Yang Kai received should be the same. So the question was, how did he know the name of the Six Directions Supreme Formation? Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that this spirit array required the assistance of 6 people to set up, and not a single one could be missing. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yu in unison, only to see him frowning and looking very surprised. Brother Yang is also proficient in spirit arrays? Fang Zhuo looked at Yang Kai with interest and felt that this guy was really hiding his strength. He had done some research on spirit arrays himself, otherwise, he would not have been invited by Wu Kuangyi. If not for Gong Yu, he would be the one with the deepest attainments in spirit arrays among everyone present, and they would have to rely on his ability to break this ancient spirit array. However, even he did not know anything about the Six Directions Supreme Formation. This formation was obviously an extremely ancient and obscure formation. He did not expect Yang Jiao to be able to see through it with a single glance. This made him secretly admire Yang Jiao. However, to his surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just happen to know about this Six Directions Supreme Formation." He was only proficient in one spirit array, which was teleportation arrays. This was all thanks to Yang Yan's careful guidance and his mastery of the Tao of space. Otherwise he would have been completely ignorant of the Tao of spirit arrays. Fang Zhuo did not say anything after hearing this, only thinking that Yang Kai was being modest. It was impossible for someone who knew about such an obscure spirit array to not know anything about spirit arrays. Am I right, family head Gong? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Gong Yu. Gong Yu's smile disappeared and he nodded in a deep voice. Yes, this old master is indeed going to set up the Six Directions Supreme Formation. Although he had already guessed it. However, when they heard Gong Yu admit it himself, they were still shocked. But what does this have to do with this old man's identity? Gong Yu questioned. This old man is still this old man. Little brother, are you mistaken? Shen Bingru nodded, that's right. Brother Yang, what does this Six Directions Formation have to do with the identity of the Gong family master? Although I don't know much about the Tao of formations, from the records in the Jade Slip, this Six Directions unique formation is extensive and profound. It's rare that old Master Gong could explain it so simply and clearly. For someone like me to be able to learn it so quickly, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, well, let's just assume that the identity of the old master of the Gong family is not a problem. That's not the point. Then what's the main point? Wu Kuangyi asked. He was rather impatient, but Yang Kai's serious expression made him realize that the situation was not good. Since it was related to his own safety, he had to ask more questions. The Six Directions unique formation, Yang Kai said to the others, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Yu. Everyone has already read the contents in the Jade Slip, so you should have some understanding of the principle and structure of this formation. What I want to tell everyone is that this formation is called the Six Directions Unique Formation. After we work together to cast the formation, the 6 of us will turn into 6 extremes. As the core of the formation, the old master of the Gong family will dominate the core. The longer the formation is maintained, the stronger his control over the 6 of us will be. Once it reaches a certain limit, he will be able to do whatever he wants. No matter how strong we are, we won't be able to break free from his control. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. They all turned to look at Gong Yu. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Gong Yu's actions were thought-provoking. After the Six Directions unique formation was set up, it could actually control the core of the formation. This was simply unacceptable. Under everyone's gaze, Gong Yu said calmly, that's why this old man said before that I want everyone to trust me unconditionally. Only in this way can we combine all of our strength to break the formation. Yang Kai snorted. The six directions unique formation is not the method to break the formation, but another method. You want us to wait for a blood sacrifice, don't you? Blood sacrifice? Wu Kuangyi was shocked. Although he was only listening to Yang Kai's words, cold sweat still broke out on his back. Yang Kai said with a sinister smile, "Brother Wu, I'm afraid you don't know that breaking this ancient formation is both easy and difficult. In fact, all you need to do is to release more blood. You didn't try this method when you came here last time, did you? Release blood?" Wu Kuangyi's face turned pale, and he asked in shock, "How much blood do we need to release?" "Who knows? Maybe it's enough to release all of our blood." Yang Kai shrugged, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Blood sacrifice was not the only way to break the formation, but it was the simplest method. Moreover, the blood of an ordinary cultivator was not enough. The stronger the cultivator, the better the effect. The blood of several cultivators from the Emperor realm was definitely enough. Wu Kuangyi turned his head to look at Gong Yu and asked in disbelief, "Old Patriarch Gong, is he right?" Fang Zhua and Shen Bingru also looked at him with inquiring eyes. As for Hua Yulu, she naturally stood on Yang Kai's side and believed him without a doubt. Among everyone present, only she knew Yang Kai's true identity. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple, she believed that Yang Kai would not harm her. This had nothing to do with her understanding of Yang Kai, but the prestige of the Azure Sun Temple. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu's identity. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, there was no reason for him to be so cruel. The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley was still a famous family, and it would not benefit the Gong family if it was destroyed. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some understanding of the six directions unique formation. Otherwise, they would have been cheated. However, on second thought, how did Yang Kai know that the blood sacrifice could break the formation? He just said that he did not know anything about formations, but when he talked about the six directions unique formation, his words were full of contradictions. It turns out that little brother Yang is also a kindred spirit. My apologies. Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile. There was a trace of surprise between his eyebrows, but there was no panic. Yang Kai saw this expression and felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had missed something. Patriarch Gong, is what he said true? Wu Kuangyi's eyes widened. Do you really want us to use the blood sacrifice to break the formation? Gong Yu smiled slightly. Yes, I do. As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard from Gong Yu's body, as if something had broken. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression changed. He finally realized what he had missed. He quickly threw out the jade slip in his hand and was about to warn the others, but it was too late. With a few cracking sounds, the jade slips in everyone's hands exploded one after another, each turning into a stream of light that surrounded everyone. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, so their reaction was very fast. The moment the jade slips exploded, they all made a counterattack. However, Gong Pei's actions were even faster than his opponents. He raised his hand and shot out two black lights. One turned into a black curtain and shrouded Wu Kuangyi and the others, while the other flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated to avoid it. However, he found that the more he retreated, the closer the black light got to him. He was caught off guard by the black light, and his vision suddenly changed. When he came back to his senses, he heard the sound of waves. The waves rose and fell around him. There were no clouds in the sky, and the scorching sun was shining brightly. He had arrived above a vast sea. He couldn't distinguish between north and south, up and down, east and west. The sky was high and the sea was wide. Array plate. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. This place was an illusion, Yang Kai was certain of that, but to be able to arrange such a large-scale and realistic illusion array in an instant, even Gong Gui didn't have such ability, so the only explanation was an array plate. This kind of illusion was sealed in the array plate. When it was needed, it could be used directly. It was convenient and fast. The only disadvantage was that it couldn't be compared to an illusion that was set up with real effort, and its power was weaker. However, this illusion array plate set up by Gong Yu was of a very high level. It could trap Yang Kai for a while, especially since Yang Kai's divine soul hadn't recovered yet, so his strength was greatly reduced. However, he believed that as long as he had enough time, he should be able to find the flaw of this illusion array. The jade slips that recorded the information of the 6 direction supreme formation were obviously also array plates. Gong Yu was indeed an old fox. He obviously had a trick up his sleeve. Even if Yang Kai exposed his scheme, he still had the ability to subdue the others in an instant. Only Yang Kai woke up early and threw out the jade slips. However, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being trapped. Now, Huayulu and the others must have fallen into Gong Yu's array. As an array grandmaster and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu's array was definitely comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In other words, even if Huayulu and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yang Kai had to hurry over to help them. However, he obviously didn't have the chance. Above the sea, a figure flashed and Yang Tai appeared. He stared coldly at Yang Kai, no longer looking as amiable as before. Chapter 29:16. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the former patriarch of the Gong family would be so vicious as to disregard the family's reputation for the sake of an ancient cave mansion. Of course, Brother Gong is real. I don't know why you suspect him. Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if mocking him for thinking himself clever. Yang Kai sighed, in any case, you and Gong Yu are in cahoots. I'm not wrong about that. Yang Kai had also made a mistake. He thought that Feng Zhuo was also in cahoots with them because Feng Zhuo had lost too quickly in the competition of spirit arrays. It was that comparison that allowed everyone to confirm Gong Yu's identity. Yang Kai thought that it was just an act, so even Feng Zhuo was suspicious. Only now did he know that Gong Yu was the real deal and had the strength to crush Feng Zhuo in spirit arrays. Are you looking for a flaw in this spirit array? Yang Tai was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was old and experienced, so it was impossible for him to not notice Yang Kai's intentions. However, he looked fearless and didn't rush to stop Yang Kai's actions. Instead, he smiled mockingly, then you'll have to look for it carefully. Brother Gong's spirit array doesn't have many flaws. Yang Kai turned his head abruptly and stared at him, whispering, so that's how it is. Yang Tai laughed, you figured it out? Yang Kai nodded, it's all thanks to your reminder. You are the flaw in this spirit array. The array core is in your body. Yang Tai readily admitted, yes, I entered this spirit array and controlled the array core. It's not difficult to break it. You just have to kill me. He smiled faintly, like a fox who had stolen a chicken, but, do you have the ability to do so? It wasn't that he looked down on Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were similar, he had seen Yang Kai's attack when everyone passed through the poison barrier. It was difficult for him to continue. His aura fluctuated, which confirmed everyone's guess that Yang Kai was injured. Furthermore, he was now the array core of this illusion array, having obtained control of it from Gong Yu. Inside this illusion array, he could display strength far beyond a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Even if Yang Kai could see where the eye of the array was, he didn't have the ability to break it. Why? Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean why? Yang Tai was not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, he had the absolute advantage. He felt that it would not take much effort to take down Yang Kai, and he could do it at any time. No one knows what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. Maybe there's a treasure, or maybe it's a trap. No one can say for sure what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. You didn't hesitate to murder others for it. Why is that? Yang Tai laughed and shook his head, you don't understand anything. That's why I need to ask. Yang Tai frowned and muttered to himself, "There's something very important inside. Very, very important. I have to get it." Yang Kai was slightly surprised. "You know what's inside? How could you possibly know?" There was an ancient barrier on the blood-colored door. Half a year ago, Yang Tai, Kuang Yi, Hua Yulu, and the others couldn't break the barrier, so they agreed to go out and find help. They would come back half a year later to try again. The barrier had not been broken, so no one knew what was hidden behind the blood-colored door. Killing 4 or 5 people from the Emperor realm for an uncertain result was something that no normal person would consider, but Yang Tai did it and even invited Gong Yu to help him. Yang Tai's muttering clearly showed that he was not completely ignorant of the situation behind the blood-colored door. This was what shocked Yang Kai the most, and what made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy. Yang Tai's current state was not quite right, as if he had gone mad. Where was the demeanor of someone from the Emperor realm? He quietly urged the power of his divine soul, and a golden light flashed in his left eye. The power of his divine soul rushed out of his mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Tell me, what's inside?" "Inside." Yang Tai blurted out, but just as he said a few words, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Kai groaned, and his face turned pale. His divine soul had not recovered yet. Yang Kai forcibly urged the power of his divine soul again. If Yang Tai had not resisted, it would not have been a big problem, but Yang Tai immediately counterattacked and injured Yang Kai again. "How dare you mislead me?" Yang Tai's face suddenly twisted, and he flew into a rage. He did not want to waste any more time with Yang Kai. He opened his arms, and the sea behind him surged up into the sky, converging into a lifelike water dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Yang Kai. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the world. A huge dragon's body grew out of the sea, connecting the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole. Cold sweat slid down Yang Kai's forehead. Although he knew that all this was the power of the illusory array, he did not dare to take it head-on. He was not in a good state now, and any negligence could lead to irreparable misfortune. So in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yang Kai's first reaction was to dodge. His figure swayed, and he flashed several dozen meters away from where he was standing, but before he could stand firm, the sea under his feet began to swirl violently, and in the blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared, from which a water dragon rushed out. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, give up, you are not this old master's match." Even without relying on the power of this spirit array, Yang Tai was confident that he could defeat Yang Kai, but it would take a little more effort. Now that he had entered the illusory array and was able to control its power, Yang Kai was even less likely to be his opponent. While controlling the 2 water dragons to chase after Yang Kai, Yang Tai's mouth did not remain idle. "Although I will need a blood sacrifice, I won't necessarily take your lives. You just need to help this old master open the ancient spirit array. If you cooperate now, this old master can spare your life, but if you are caught by this old master, humph." He did not say what the consequences would be, but the threat was obvious. How could Yang Kai believe him? Without saying a word, he dodged the attacks of the 2 water dragons. He was surrounded by danger several times and gradually approached Yang Tai. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Yang Tai's persuasion did not get a response, so he was in a bad mood. With a raise of his hand, 2 more water dragons emerged from the sea and chased after Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation became even worse. He was like a dilapidated thatched hut in a storm that could collapse at any time. But every time, he was able to avoid the water dragon's attacks at the most critical moment, which made Yang Tai roar in anger. Yang Tai had completely lost the demeanor of the Emperor realm. Since seeing the blood-red door, Yang Kai had noticed that something was wrong with him. He was more fanatical than usual, and his mood swings were greater than usual. It was just that he had hidden it before, so it was not obvious, but after entering this illusory array and fighting Yang Kai, it became extremely obvious. The 4 water dragons turned into 6, then 8, then 10. When the number of water dragons on the surface of the sea reached 15, Ong Tai's clothes began to flutter even though there was no wind, and the emperor chi around his body began to boil like boiling water. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai's figure, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, filled with immense anger. Yang Tai could not help but be angry. He thought that with his own ability and the power of the spirit array, he could defeat Yang Kai as easily as crushing a conch, but in fact, no matter how dangerous Yang Kai's situation seemed, he was always able to escape at the critical moment. The gap between his imagination and reality made Yang Tai unable to accept it, and his anger rose steadily. This anger reached its peak after he summoned the 15 water dragons. He carefully controlled the water dragons and chased after Yang Kai for a while, finally trapping him somewhere in the sea with no room to escape. With a roar, the huge water dragons shook their heads and swayed their tails as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, you should be glad that you are still useful. This old master will not kill you now, but after this, I will let you taste something more painful than death." Yang Kai stood above the sea, watching the 15 water dragons crash towards him, as if he had accepted his fate and did not try to avoid them like before, but there was not much panic on his face either. Violent auras rushed from all directions, and before the attacks even arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the 15 water dragons seemed to have cramps. They wriggled a few times and then burst apart like bubbles. They turned into a shower and drifted down from the sky like pearls falling on a banana leaf, splashing and splashing on the surface of the sea with splashing sounds. Yang Tai was stunned, his expression twisted as he hissed, "What did you do?" He thought that Yang Kai had secretly used some kind of method to break his method of controlling the spirit array without him noticing, but under his perception, he was still the eye of the spirit array, which made him a little confused. Yang Kai grinned, "Although I am not very proficient in spirit arrays, I also know a truth: human strength is sometimes limited, especially for an old man like you." The furious Yang Tai's face became even uglier when he heard this. But Yang Kai's words also made him understand that the water dragons were not broken by Yang Kai's method, but because he had exceeded his own limit, causing the illusion to go out of control. Such a simple matter, he hadn't noticed it until Kai Yang reminded him. He wanted to control the spirit array again, so he decided to be careful this time. After fighting with Yang Kai for a long time, he had more or less figured out what he was capable of. This boy was just a little faster, but there was nothing else worth paying attention to. But Yang Kai no longer gave him a chance. He had been escaping and hiding all the time, waiting for this opportunity. How could Yang Kai not seize it? Yang Tai quickly formed a seal with both hands and an extremely mysterious aura surged out. When this aura swept past him, Yang Tai felt as if he could not even think properly. His thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have come to a standstill. It was as if time had been disturbed. By the time he reacted again, Yang Kai's low whisper had reached his ears. "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A palm print came down from the sky, and Yang Tai did not wake up until it came close. Before that, he did not even notice that Yang Kai had made a move, as if the memory of that moment had been erased. Chapter 29:17. With the power of this palm, Yang Tai was thrown into the sea, spitting out blood that dyed the blue water red. He paid a heavy price for his carelessness and underestimation of his enemy. The principle of time eroded his old body, and what little vitality he had left was quickly draining away like a deflated balloon. This made him extremely flustered, completely at a loss for what to do. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai caught up with him, his body still agile in the sea. He arrived in front of Yang Tai in just a few steps and raised his hand to slap him. The sea water surged as if it was boiling. Although this palm was not the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal and did not have such great power, it was still not something Yang Tai could take head-on. Yang Tai let out a strange cry as his entire body was smashed into pieces. Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy after his success, instead turning his head to look to the side. Under the sea, a huge catfish with a thick beard was swimming away quickly, escaping several miles in the blink of an eye. It was Yang Tai. At the most critical moment, he had mobilized the power of this illusion array, creating the illusion of being killed in front of Yang Kai, while his body turned into a catfish and escaped. Yang Tai himself definitely did not have this ability, but with the help of the illusion array, he could do as he pleased. 10 miles away, the catfish jumped out of the sea and reappeared the old man's figure. At this moment, Yang Tai was no longer as leisurely as before, but was in an extremely sorry state. A large patch of blood was visible on his chest as he bent over and coughed violently a few times, like a terminally ill patient who would soon die. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal was still eroding every inch of his flesh and bones, making him panic and unable to dispel it no matter how hard he tried. Yang Kai also jumped out of the water, panting lightly as he looked at Yang Tai from afar. Yang Tai was injured by him, but his condition was not good. Normally, he could easily kill a guy like Yang Tai, but in his current state, he would need to put in more effort to kill Yang Tai, especially when his opponent had the advantage of time and place. Damn you! You deserve to die. Yang Tai gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes filled with resentment. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent several crescent blades at him. He followed closely behind the crescent blades and rushed forward. He wasn't too sure about the situation outside, but he knew that the longer he delayed, the worse the situation would become. Since Xia Sheng had entrusted Huayulu to him, he had to properly bring her back. Yang Kai could ignore the life and death of others, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to Huayulu. He had taken the initiative and was not willing to be beaten again. He wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. The moon blade whistled past. Yang Tai no longer cursed. He could feel the terrifying killing power contained in the moon blade. At the same time, his face changed, and his body melted like water. The moon blade slashed through his body, but it did not cause him any harm. At the same time, Yang Tai also began to activate the power of the array formation. The sea began to roar, raising 100 zhang tall wave. The huge wave transformed into a giant waterman. Yang Tai's facial features and 4 limbs could be faintly seen. The water giant walked on the waves. With every breath it took, it could stir up the tides of the sea, bringing terrifying attacks. Compared to it, Yang Kai, who was rushing forward, was like an ant in front of an elephant. In a flash, Yang Kai and the water giant met. He summoned the myriad sword, and the sword rays crisscrossed back and forth like waterfalls. The water giant's huge body was cut open, but no matter how Yang Kai attacked, those cracks could be repaired in a very short time. The water giant that Yang Tai had transformed into was roaring above the sea. In the illusion array, Yang Kai displayed the 5 elements water secret technique to its peak. Immediately, Yang Kai was a little overwhelmed. He wanted to transform into a dragon and even summon the mountains and rivers bell. But his injuries did not allow him to do so. Now, he could not even use half of his strength at his peak. Yang Tai gradually gained the upper hand, and this advantage slowly expanded. Yang Kai was completely suppressed. The giant water giant roared, "I will tear you to pieces." He seemed to have forgotten his original intention, which was to use Yang Kai's blood as a blood sacrifice. Now, Yang Tai wanted to kill Yang Kai. The transparent water giant's body suddenly emitted wisps of black qi. Feeling the appearance of the wisps of black qi, Yang Kai's body shook, and he cried out, "Demonic qi." He was dumbfounded for a moment. He actually saw demonic qi on Yang Tai's body. Although it was not pure and not very rich, it was undoubtedly demonic qi. Yang Kai could not be mistaken. He had just come out of the Thousand Illusions dream realm, and had only been dealing with the ancient demon race for 2 years. This aura was still fresh in his memory. How could Yang Tai have demonic qi on him? Yang Kai was puzzled. In ancient times, although the demon race had invaded this land several times, they were all beaten back. The passage between the two worlds should have been sealed, so it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. However, after thinking about it, he had also obtained demonic qi, but it was purer and more ancient than Yang Tai's. Yang Tai must have obtained something, so he could produce demonic qi. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yang Tai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it that secret technique?" Huayulu said that half a year ago, the 3 people who participated in the exploration of the ancient cave mansion had all obtained some benefits. She had obtained a small flower drum, Wu Kuangyi's cultivation had greatly improved, and Yang Tai had learned a secret technique. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see Yang Tai use this secret technique when they were on their way here. It was a power condensed from an extremely complex ancient character. Even though he had been in the ancient world for 2 years, he still didn't know what was so mysterious about it. He had only seen it in the Sorcerer God's temple, and the records in the Sorcerer God's temple weren't very clear. Now that he thought about it, the ancient text was not the text of this land. Perhaps it was the text of the demon race. The wizard temple had records of it, so that future generations would be wary of the existence of this type of text. Yang Tai unknowingly learned the true meaning of the text, and a trace of demonic nature was born in his body. This trace of demonic nature awakened when he was fighting with Yang Kai, and the demonic qi was born. All of this was just a guess, but Yang Kai could not find a better explanation. If this was the case, then Yang Tai's previous abnormalities made sense. He was the Emperor Realm's disciple, so he had a corresponding temperament. He should not have too many emotional changes, or even excessive fanaticism for something, but it was normal for the demonic spirit hidden in his body to cause trouble. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He secretly thought that perhaps it was the demonic spirit produced by the demon race text that allowed Yang Tai to understand the secret behind the bloody door. If this was the case, then what was sealed behind the bloody door was definitely related to the demon race. Yang Tai, you have become the demon race. Yang Kai shouted. Yang Tai turned a deaf ear to him, and the water giant slammed its palm down, setting off monstrous waves, as if it wanted to shatter the whole world. Tell me, is there a demon race sealed behind the door? Yang Kai continued to shout, but this time he used the power of his divine sense to send his voice into Yang Tai's ears, so that he could not ignore it. Some of the ancient demon race were very difficult to kill, such as the giant black eye that Yang Kai encountered, which was sealed outside Maplewood City by the ancient Almighty. If what was sealed behind the bloody door was also a demon race, or a part of a demon race's body, then releasing it would definitely not be a good thing. Last time, Yang Kai was lucky enough to seal the ancient demonic qi in Dantian. This time, there would not be any miracles. This time, when Yang Tai heard Yang Kai's shout, the water giant's movements paused slightly, and then it immediately became angry. How do you know? How do you know? As if his secret had been exposed, Yang Tai became angry out of humiliation. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The water giant raised its hand again and slapped at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai stood in place and did not dodge. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and deep. He used the power of a wizard. After coming out of the 1,000 illusionary dream world, Yang Kai had always wanted to see if he could still use the witch's abilities. After all, he had cultivated for more than 2 years in that place, so he couldn't just let it go to waste. So on the way here, he did a few experiments. The results of the experiments made him happy. He could freely switch between his emperor's qi and wizard's power. The two powers did not conflict, but the wizard's power was smaller than his own power, and the wizard's power was a bit cumbersome to use, not as simple as the various secret techniques now. Yang Kai also noticed that although the wizard's power could be used, it was not as powerful as it was in the 1,000 Illusions dream world. When he used 100% of his power, only 80% of it would be effective. Yang Kai felt that this was because of the laws of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the barbarians could only practice the wizard's power because the laws of heaven and earth were different from today. As time passed, the laws of heaven and earth also changed slightly, and the creatures of each era had their own characteristics. Yang Kai forced himself to use the ancient wizard's power in this era, so naturally, he would be suppressed. This was the general trend, and no one could change it. Yang Kai chanted a spell, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A lightning-like light burst out from his hands, and suddenly spread out in all directions. Demon suppression. At the same time, the light swept across the water giant's body. There was no damage, but the water giant seemed to have been seriously injured. Its fiercely slapping motion paused, and its momentum was completely gone. At the same time, the water giant let out a miserable cry. It was Yang Tai's cry. The traces of black gas that appeared on the water giant's body were like snowflakes under the sun, melting after the light swept through. After more than 2 years of war in the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarians had developed many wizards' power to counter the demon race. This demon suppression was born at that time. It did not have much destructive power, but it could suppress the power of the demon race. Yang Kai had mastered dozens of similar wizards' techniques, and they were all similar. After the demon suppression, Yang Kai chanted again, and another light shrouded in front of him. Yang Tai's cry became more and more miserable. Chapter 29:18. When Yang Kai cast his 7th witchcraft spell, the huge water giant exploded with a loud bang, and Yang Tai's screams came to an abrupt end. The roaring sea returned to its calm state in an instant. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to search for Yang Tai. But he couldn't find him. In this illusion array, Yang Tai's aura had disappeared without a trace. After a while, Yang Kai noticed the existence of the array core here and suddenly realized that Yang Tai had escaped. He was no longer here. Just as Yang Kai had observed, at this moment, in the rock cave, beside a blue mist, a figure suddenly flashed. Yang Tai appeared in an extremely sorry state, and as soon as he appeared, he bent over and coughed violently, coughing up a large amount of blood. "Brother Yang, how did you?" Not far away, Gong Yu, who was controlling the 6-direction supreme array, was shocked when he saw this. In his absent-mindedness, he almost exposed a flaw in the array. At this time, the 6-direction supreme array had been arranged. Hua Yulu, Fang Zhua, Wu Kuangyi, and Shenbing Ru were suspended mid-air with pale faces, arranged according to a special pattern, but they seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Each of them had a small wound on their body from which bright red blood was gurgling out. Under Gong Yu's guidance, the blood converged on the blood-colored gate. The blood-colored gate seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood was sent to it, it would be swallowed up, leaving not a single drop behind. As the blood flowed in, the blood-colored gate gradually bloomed with a strange light. Gong Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so his strength was not bad, and he had the help of the array. Hua Yulu and the others were no match for him. In the short time that Yang Kai and Yang Tai were entangled, they were all suppressed and had no power to fight back. Gong Yu thought that it would be easy for Yang Tai to defeat Yang Kai, but when Yang Tai appeared in a sorry state, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai could actually defeat Yang Tai in the illusion array. How did he have such great ability? How is it going? Yang Tai ignored Gong Yu's shock, and his attitude was no longer as amiable as before. His expression was dignified and impatient. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty king questioning his subordinates. Gong Yu frowned and said, "I have no problem on my side, but with 2 less people, the speed of breaking the formation will be very slow. It will take about 2 hours." When Hua Yulu and the others who were trapped heard this, their faces turned ashen. Using the method of blood sacrifice to break the formation was definitely not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Every time a drop of blood was extracted, they would feel a heart-wrenching pain, but it was suppressed by the formation. It just prevented them from shouting. When they heard that it would take another 2 hours, the 4 of them felt uneasy. If that was really the case, it would be better for them to die immediately so that they wouldn't have to suffer such torture again. 2 hours is too long. Yang Tai shouted in a low voice. He turned his head and looked at the light blue smoke with fear. Yang Kai was trapped inside. He didn't have the guts to go in and fight with him. To be honest, although Yang Kai's previous performance had surprised him, he wasn't too afraid. However, at the last moment, the secret techniques that Yang Kai used made him feel deeply shocked, as if he had met his natural enemy. He didn't even have the courage to face him. Use my blood. Yang Tai took the initiative to move closer to Hua Yulu and the others. His figure flashed, and he stood in another formation position. Using his fingers as a knife, he slit his wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. It was as if he didn't need money. Brother Yang, you. Gong Yu looked at Yang Tai in surprise. He instinctively felt that his current state wasn't quite right. This was different from what they had planned. In their plan, although Yang Tai would also enter the 6 Directions Supreme Formation, he would only be a support. The most important source of the blood sacrifice would be the other 5 people. As long as the blood of those 5 people was drained, it should be enough to break the formation. However, things were a little different from what they had expected. First, Yang Kai saw through some flaws, leading to some accidents. Now, they couldn't even gather enough people to set up the formation. Moreover, Yang Tai didn't hesitate to use his own blood to participate in it. He looked like he would break the formation even if it cost him his life. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Yang Tai saw Gong Yu hesitate and couldn't help but urge him, his tone extremely unfriendly. Gong Yu frowned and said, Brother Yang, is there really what you said behind this door? At this time, Gong Yu had some thoughts of retreating. The main reason was that Yang Tai's behavior made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if everything he did was worth it. Yang Tai coldly snorted and said, You have a little insight into the mystery of that character, so you naturally know how powerful it is. There are more characters like this behind this door, hiding the ultimate mysteries of the martial Tao. As long as you can break the barrier, it will be easy for you to break through to the third order realm. At that time, who will dare to look down on your Heavenly River Valley's Gong family? As for your Gong family's reputation, they will all be dead. Who will know what happened here? This old master is with you, so naturally, I won't expose what happened today. Gong Yu's expression changed a few times before he finally made up his mind and said, Fine. The main reason why he agreed to cooperate with Yang Tai to deceive others was that he had seen the power of that ancient character. Yang Tai was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but the power of that character was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This showed that the character had a great origin. Although the Gong family wasn't a small family, it didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so its status in the Southern Territory was somewhat awkward. When mentioning the Gong family, everyone would think of the Spirit Array, but they didn't know that the Gong family also yearned for great power, especially Gong Yu. He had made it his life's goal to revitalize the Gong family, but his second-order Emperor realm cultivation was neither high nor low, so it was difficult for him to achieve great things. Yang Tai promised him that after breaking the Spirit Array, he would be able to obtain the secret to breaking through to the third-order Emperor realm. Gong Yu was tempted, so he joined forces with Yang Tai. At the same time, he shouted, Old clan leader Gong, I don't care if you're willing or deceived. I only have one thing to tell you. Yang Tai has become the demon race. You're helping the tyrant, and it won't do you any good to the Gong family. It's not too late to stop now. Stinking brat, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I become the demon race? Yang Tai retorted. He was afraid that Gong Yu would be affected, so he hurriedly urged, Brother Gong, don't listen to his nonsense. It's more important to catch him quickly. Yang Kai disappeared in a flash, and his voice came from all directions. The ancient demon race is sealed behind this blood-red door, and Yang Tai is going to release it. You may not know the horrors of the demon race, but I'm sure you don't want to see it. Gong Yu, are you sure you want to be his accomplice? This is an ancient abode, and it has been here for tens of thousands of years. How could there be a demon race sealed here? This brat is full of lies. Moreover, even if there was a demon race sealed here, I'm afraid it would have died long ago. Brother Gong, behind this door lies the ultimate secret of martial arts. Don't believe that brat. Open the door, and you and I will share the benefits. Chapter 29:19. The quarrel between Yang Kai and Yang Tai buzzed in Gong Yu's ears like flies, which irritated him greatly. He raised his hand and took out several array plates and set up several layers of arrays to protect himself. In this way, no matter where Yang Kai attacked from, he would fall into the arrays. That's the way. Yang Tai laughed and shouted provocatively into the void, "Boy, this old master admits that you have some skills, but that's all there is to it. If you want to live, it's not too late to escape now, otherwise it will be too late." He was really afraid of Yang Kai's various secret skills, which he always felt were used to restrain him. Therefore, he hoped that Yang Kai would get out of here as soon as possible. As for whether the secret of this place would be exposed after Yang Kai escaped, it was not something he needed to consider. He just needed to open the door. There were 5 people left here, including him. It was enough for the blood sacrifice, but it would take a little longer. Hearing this, Gong Yu's face darkened. Although he and Yang Tai had set up the trap together, it was for the sake of the Gong family. Therefore, he had never thought of leaving anyone alive, including Yang Tai. How could he allow Yang Kai to escape alone? He thought for a moment and said, "Little brother, you said that the demon race was sealed behind the door. Do you have any evidence?" Yang Tai told me that the secret of the ultimate martial arts was there. Yang Kai's cold snort came from the void. "Do you really believe it? If you really believe it, then you are a fool." Gong Yu shouted in a low voice. I peeped into the secret of that word. It told me that Yang Tai was not lying. That is the word of the demon race. You have been deceived. What? Gong Yu's face changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily, "The word of the demon race?" His mind was shaken, and a flaw appeared in the layers of arrays he had set up. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. No one could clearly see how he appeared. By the time he appeared, he was already standing 3 feet in front of Gong Yu. The panic on Gong Yu's face instantly disappeared, and a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. Everything that happened just now was obviously a disguise used to lure Yang Kai out. Yang Kai really showed up. He sneered and his mind moved. Activating the power of the array around him with all his might, he wanted to drag Yang Kai into the array. This time, he would not let his guard down. He secretly decided that even if he had to divert his attention, he had to deal with Yang Kai first. A small ancient bell appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As it spun, a huge shadow of a bell suddenly expanded. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air. Yang Kai trembled all over as if he was about to lose all his strength. However, his big hand that was dragging the small bell was as steady as a rock. Clang, a muffled sound rang out. Everyone felt as if their eardrums had been pierced, and they felt dizzy for a while. Before the layers of formations that Gong Yi had set up around him could be activated, they were shattered by the sound of the bell, and collapsed in an instant. Not only that, when Gong Yi was struck by the mountains and rivers bell that was so close to him, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A large part of his chest caved in, and his back swelled up as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. He crashed into the wall of the cave and slid down. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have been so vulnerable. However, he thought that victory was in his hands and was caught off guard. He took a direct hit from the mountains and rivers bell and was seriously injured. The sound of the bell raged in his flesh and meridians, making it difficult for him to breathe. Without his support, the 6 Directions Soul Dominator array was finally broken. Hua Yulu and the others, who had been floating in the air, fell down like dumplings. All of them were inexplicably shocked. They cried out in alarm. They were all from the Emperor realm, but at this moment, they were all dizzy from the fall. They were like babies who hadn't learned to walk yet, unable to get up after falling to the ground. They were in a sorry state. Although most of the power of the mountains and rivers Bell was absorbed by Gongyu, it still had some effect on them. Coupled with the fact that they had been controlled by Gongyu, they had lost too much blood and were already at their limits. Right now, they probably couldn't even exert the strength of an ordinary person. The only one who fared better was Yang Tai. He entered the array later, so although he had lost a lot of blood, he was much better off than the others. After falling to the ground, he only staggered a little before regaining his footing. However, this sudden blow made him a little confused. Everything was going smoothly, but he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. He stood on the ground in a daze for a while before he finally reacted. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and gritted his teeth. Why? Murderous intent surged like a tide, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai also staggered. The blow of the mountains and rivers Bell had forced him to use all his strength. At this moment, he was like a lamp without oil, and even the Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat sluggish. Seeing that Yang Tai's divine sense had locked onto him and was about to attack, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and squeezed the remaining strength from the dantian before chanting an incantation. Yang Tai was startled, and his anger seemed to have been doused with a basin of cold water, extinguishing in an instant. His expression became somewhat fearful, afraid of Yang Kai. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai in the illusion array and knew the power of this strange secret technique. It was as if Yang Kai was his natural enemy, so when he heard this cryptic incantation, he instinctively felt fear. He took a few steps back before he found a sense of security. Kai Yang also stopped speaking at the right time. He was now an arrow at the end of its flight and could no longer use his strength at will. Since Yang Tai did not move, he was too lazy to make the first move. The current situation gave him a headache. The 7 masters of the Emperor realm were each weaker than the last, and Yang Tai's situation was the best. If he really hardened his heart and killed him, Yang Kai would have no choice but to take Huayulu back to the sealed world bead and hide. As for the life or death of the others, he could not care less. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was extremely afraid of Yang Kai and did not dare to attack him again. The gradually dimming light on the side attracted Yang Tai's attention. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored door and let out a howl. No, this can't happen. Previously, under the blood sacrifice presided over by Gongyu, the blood-colored door had become brighter and brighter, and the ancient spirit array had shown signs of opening, but after it was destroyed by Yang Kai, the blood sacrifice was interrupted and the light gradually dimmed, stabilizing the ancient spirit array again. Yang Tai roared a few times and seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and stared fiercely at one of the masters present, then stretched out his hand to grab him. Yang Tai, don't you dare. Wu Kuangyi roared and wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so and was lifted up by Yang Tai like a chicken. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai stretched out his hand and slapped Wu Kuangyi several times, then threw him towards the blood-colored door. Wu Kuangyi let out a painful scream and then stopped abruptly. He crashed into the blood-colored door. Perhaps because of the impact, or perhaps because of the power of Yang Tai's slaps, Wu Kuangyi's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left, and thick blood and minced flesh were all pasted on the blood-colored door. The gradually dimming door glowed again with a glimmer of light. Everyone's expression turned cold when they saw this scene. Wu Kuangyi's death made the rest of the masters feel a sense of sadness. No one knew if Yang Tai's next target would be them. Not enough, far from enough. Yang Tai seemed to have gone mad. After killing Wu Kuangyi with his own hands, his face showed an extremely vexed expression. He kept muttering under his breath and his eyes swept over the rest of the people. At the same time, a faint black qi appeared on his body again. It was the demonic qi that Yang Kai was familiar with. Everyone who was caught in his gaze couldn't help but avert their gazes for fear of angering him. Only Yang Kai stared back coldly and sneered, "Give up, Yang Tai. Your plan won't work anymore. This barrier can't be opened anymore. You've already fallen into the devil's path, so your death isn't worth pitying." On the other side, Gong Yu, who had been injured by Yang Kai, looked at the demonic chi wrapped Yang Tai in a daze. He pointed his finger at him and said in a trembling voice, You. He finally realized that something was wrong. The traces of demonic chi on Yang Tai's body were very obvious, so how could Gong Yu not notice it? Only now did he somewhat believe what Yang Kai said before. Yang Tai had really become the demon race. If that was the case, then Yang Tai's promise was not worth a single cent. Thinking of this, Gong Yu's heart was like dead ashes. He took a huge risk to collude with Yang Tai, but in the end, it was just a scam. He did not know what Yang Tai was planning, but he knew that there was absolutely no secret of the ultimate martial arts behind that door. Give up. Yang Tai did not notice Gong Yu. He shouted hysterically, "My mission has not been completed. How can I give up?" Yang Kai keenly grasped something and frowned. "Mission? Is it your mission to open this barrier? Is it the thing behind the door who gave you the mission? Did it communicate with you?" Yang Tai stopped talking. He seemed to realize that he had said too much. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, "A bunch of trash. Even if I sacrifice all of you, it is still far from enough." In fact, if Yang Kai had not interrupted the blood sacrifice, it should have been enough. However, after being interrupted, everything was in vain. Yang Tai was completely crazy. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. The demonic chi on his body was so strong for the first time, and it was so dark that it made people tremble in fear. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly, a new era is coming, and in the future, you will all be ants." He shouted some inexplicable words, then let out a crazy laugh, turned around, and rushed toward the blood-red door. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and the others were also stunned. No one had expected that things would take such a dramatic turn. Yang Tai's posture seemed to be that he was going to use his own body as a blood sacrifice to break the ancient barrier. No one stopped him. First, Yang Tai had ulterior motives. He had caused everyone to be in such a difficult situation, so he deserved to die. Second, Wu Kuangyi was killed by him just now, but it was useless to use him as a blood sacrifice. Even if he used it now, it would not have any effect. So, everyone looked on coldly. Chapter 29-20. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai slammed into the blood door. He had used all of his strength and didn't put any protection on himself, so it was easy to predict what would happen to him. With a loud bang, Yang Tai exploded into a cloud of blood mist just like Wu Kuangyi had done before. However, unlike Wu Kuangyi, his blood and flesh didn't scatter on the blood door. Instead, as if they had some kind of life, they slowly squirmed in the air and gradually gathered together and reformed. Everyone, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was once again on tenterhooks. They didn't know what this change meant, but everyone's heart was filled with an extremely bad feeling. Yang Kai's intuition was very good. He could feel a trace of demonic aura from Yang Tai's blood mist. It was an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had once again entered the ancient world and once again faced the masters of the demon territory. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of blood mist took shape. "This is..." Gong Yu's eyes widened and whispered. "Demon rune." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly swelling to the extreme. The blood mist that had taken shape was none other than the demon rune that had appeared when Yang Tai had displayed the divine technique. Under the push of a mysterious force, the blood-red demon rune slammed into the blood door. No one knew what kind of effect the blood sacrifice rune, which was composed of the essence of Yang Tai's flesh and blood, would have on the blood door, but since Yang Tai had done so, he must have had some confidence. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. just as everyone lost sight of the blood door. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Everyone was taken aback. After realizing what this sound was, everyone's face turned pale. The blood door had been opened. The blood sacrifice that had lasted for such a long time was interrupted by Yang Kai, but under Yang Tai's desperate struggle, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter what was inside, it would appear in the next moment. At this moment, Yang Kai pushed his eyesight to the extreme and finally saw a clue. The bloody door was indeed opened. However, only a small crack appeared, and the door was not fully opened. The many restrictions and patterns on the door seemed to still be working, producing a power that was opposite to the demonic characters, preventing the door from opening. At this moment, Yang Kai vaguely saw something fly out from the gap of the door. The light dissipated, and the door closed again. When the dust settled, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Everyone was still in a state of shock. They looked at each other. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. What is that? Shen Bingru's voice trembled as she pointed at the floating object in front of the door. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't help but shiver. Unbeknownst to them, a black light the size of a green bean was floating in front of the door. It was too small, and it didn't emit any special aura, so no one noticed it at first. What's more, the lighting here was not very good. Shen Bingru had only discovered it by chance. The black light was like a dead object, silently floating there without any abnormalities. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Demonic sense, everyone, guard your minds, don't be corroded by it. If it corrodes your minds, you will become the demon race." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai had just saved them from the gates of hell, so how could he not? So even though they didn't understand, they instinctively sealed their knowledge seas and guarded their minds. "Brother Yang, demonic sense, is it the demonic sense we know?" Feng Zhua asked. The demonic sense he was referring to referred to the various distracting thoughts a cultivator would have on their path of cultivation. There were various thoughts that could affect their cultivation, such as greed, lust, jealousy, hatred. They were all demonic senses and could sometimes cause a cultivator to become the demon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stared at the black light as if he was facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but recall his experiences in the thousand illusionary dream realm. He then said, "There is a great world called the demon territory, and the creatures there call themselves the demon race. In ancient times, they tried to invade the star boundaries several times, but the ancient sages repelled them and killed many of the demon race's masters. However, the demon race's characteristics are very strange, and their vitality is very tenacious. Some things are very difficult to destroy, and even the ancient sages were unable to completely destroy them, so they could only seal them away. I don't know what is sealed behind this blood-red door, but this demonic sense escaped from behind the door, and this demonic sense is the remnant soul of the demon race's masters." The thing he saw running out from behind the door was this black light. When they heard this, they became suspicious. This was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. For better or worse, they were the emperor realm, and their cultivations were very high. Although they didn't dare say they knew all the secrets of the world, there were very few things they didn't know. However, this was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. They did know about the demon race, but they had only seen bits and pieces of it in some ancient records and didn't know much about it. "Brother Yang, what you mean is that there is a demon race sealed behind the door?" Feng Zhua asked with a frown. "From the looks of it, I'm afraid that is the case." Shen Bingru said, "This ancient cave has been here for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if there really were masters of the demon race sealed here, they shouldn't have survived until now, right?" Yang Kai said, "That's why only the demonic will appeared. The demon race sealed inside are probably all dead, but their remnant souls are still here. It's just a remnant soul, there's no need to be so." Shen Bingru squeezed out a smile, faintly feeling that Yang Kai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether the demon race was sealed behind the bloody door or not, it had been so long. Even if a remnant soul appeared, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. What do you know? Yang Kai shouted angrily. Shen Bingru shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai hadn't saved her life earlier, she probably would have retorted right now. Even so, Yang Kai's rebuttal made her expression turn ugly. Yang Kai's tone softened. The demonic will still exists. We can't let our guard down at any time, or else, Just as he was speaking, the black light that had been motionless all this time suddenly flew up and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. It was unknown whether it was intentional or just a coincidence. The small remnant of the demonic will made people feel extremely uncomfortable, as if it had chosen Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his right eye. He immediately understood that it wasn't a coincidence that the demonic will chose him. It was driven by instinct. His right eye had fused with the black eye of the troll and had the aura of the ancient demons. The demonic will was a remnant soul of the demon race, so it was natural that it would be attracted to him. He coldly snorted, and the wizard's incantation sounded from his mouth. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A circle of light exploded and swept across the black light that was rushing towards him. The black light that was the size of a green bean was immediately swept back like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. Yang Kai was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so the power he could exert was not great. However, this wisp of demonic will had been sealed for too long. It was just a remnant soul and was not very powerful. It immediately paled in comparison to the wizard's incantation. As if it had sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, the black light took the opportunity to drift to the side. Its target was Gong Yu. Gong Yu was quite dispirited at this moment. He had been deceived by Yang Kai and had joined forces with him to kill many venerable sovereigns in the southern territory. Now that Yang Kai had sacrificed himself and released a demonic will from behind the door, it proved that Yang Kai was not lying. There was no ultimate mystery of martial arts behind the blood-red door. There was only Yang Tai's conspiracy. Yang Tai wanted to release all the demonic will sealed behind the door, which was why he had borrowed his attainments in the way of arrays. He was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Everything he did was closely related to the Gong family of Heavenly River Valley. After today, the Gong family's reputation would be completely ruined. After realizing this, Gong Yu was disheartened. Although he had heard the conversation about the demonic will between Yang Kai and the others, he did not have much of a reaction. It was only at this moment that the demonic will floated towards him that Gong Yu made a move. He raised his hand slightly and sent a solid palm strike towards the demonic will. Although he was an array grandmaster, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this palm was not enough to change the color of the sky, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the sorcery technique Yang Kai had just used. He felt that it was enough to sweep away the demonic will and even destroy it. However, something unexpected happened. The palm strike passed through the demonic will and had no effect on it. The bean-sized demonic will passed through the palm strike as if it was nothing. Be careful, Yang Kai whispered. Although Gong Yu was partly responsible for the current situation, he did not want Gong Yu to be eroded by the demonic will after what happened in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. That was why he warned him. Gong Gui also pulled himself together and used all his means. Although he had been injured by the mountains and river's bell, his strength was still extraordinary even if he went all out. In an instant, he had laid down several layers of impregnable defenses in front of him. The black light passed through these defenses and drilled directly into his head. Everyone was stunned. Gong Yu's eyes widened in an instant. He let out a roar from his throat, as if he had been greatly tortured. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He could not understand how such a thing could happen. He had seen Gong Yu's defenses. Logically speaking, they should have been enough to resist the erosion of the demonic will. But in fact, those defenses did not seem to have any effect. This shouldn't be. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Gong Yu suddenly let out a low roar. A violent aura escaped from his body, and his hair and beard went wild. The roar shook the stone cave and caused the stones to rustle. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They nervously paid attention to Gong Yu's condition. At this moment, no one had the strength to resist. If Gong Yu went berserk, everyone would suffer. Shenbing Ru said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang, he's being eroded by the demonic will. He's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Chapter 29-21. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, Yang Kai had seen too many similar things. In the battlefield where the two races were fighting, even if the devil race was killed, only a strand of devil consciousness was left. It could still turn the barbarian race into a devil race cultivator and turn against the barbarian race. The chi and remnant soul of the devil race possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. What do we do now? Fang Zhuo also asked. Before Yang Kai could speak, the roaring Gong Yu suddenly quieted down. He suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of dark eyes without any white in them. He looked terrifying. "Gong! Old Patriarch Gong!" Shenbing Ru shouted in a trembling voice, hoping to confirm the identity of the person in front of her. Gong Yu turned a deaf ear to her and just tilted his head to look at Yang Kai with a confused and curious look, as if he had just woken up from a dream and was still a little confused about the situation he was in. Yang Kai held his breath and was secretly on guard. Gong Yu didn't make a move against him. He just let out a strange sound from his throat, then walked out unsteadily. Shenbing Ru, Fang Zhuo, Hua Yulu, and the others hurriedly moved aside. They didn't have the strength to fight now, so they didn't dare to block his path. Gong Yu had obviously been corroded by the demon spirit, because his behavior was very different from before. It was as if a new soul had entered his body, and he couldn't fully control it. Even his walking posture was not normal. In the silence, only the ear-piercing sound of Gong Yu's footsteps could be heard as he walked further and further away. When the footsteps could no longer be heard, Hua Yulu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just survived a disaster. After witnessing the transformation of Gong Yu with their own eyes, they no longer doubted Yang Kai's previous statement about the demon spirit. Has old Patriarch Gong been possessed? Fang Zhuo looked at Yang Kai and asked. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. After all, Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Moreover, he was a second-order emperor realm master. If such a person ran out, he might bring great harm to the southern territory. I don't know, but it might be more serious than possession. Yang Kai's expression was grim. The only thing he could be sure of was that Gong Yu had become the demon race. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. Even if Gong Yu was uneasy, he shouldn't have been so easily corrupted by the demon will. How could he not resist? However, he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he had seen with his own eyes. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was shocked and shouted, "Demon rune." What? Hua Yulu turned to look at him. Those are demon runes. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he turned to the others. How many of them did you see? Hua Yulu said, the secret technique that Yang Tai used before? I didn't see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at the three of them and said in a low voice, no matter how much you see, it's best to forget that thing. Yang Tai becoming the demon race and Gong Yu being corrupted could be related to it. What do you mean? Fang Zhuo asked curiously. When Yang Tai used that secret technique, he had specially observed it. That was why he saw more than Hua Yulu. Since Yang Kai said it so seriously, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Shen Bingru also looked over curiously. Yang Kai said, Yang Tai didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the demon will before, but when he came here, he had already become the demon race. It's very likely that he became the demon race because of the ancient demon runes he learned. In order to convince Gong Yu, Yang Tai used that rune's power on him. Gong Yu might have studied it a bit. So, some demon nature should have been born in his body. That's why he was willing to risk universal condemnation and work with Yang Tai to harm us. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, as the previous patriarch of the Gong family, how could Gong Yu make such a foolish choice? He was already affected by the demon nature hidden in his body and couldn't maintain his nature. The reason why the demon will was able to corrupt him so easily wasn't because Gong Yu's defense was ineffective, but because the demon nature in his body was attracting the demon will, causing it to unconsciously give up resisting. These words. Yang Kai was half speculating and half explaining. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his speculations were correct. The root of everything was that ancient demon rune. Half a year ago, Hua Yulu, Yang Tai, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yulu discovered this ancient cavern. The three of them each obtained different benefits. The ancient demon script that Yang Tai learned was simply a trap, a bait to lure him to open the restriction and release the demonic thoughts behind the door. Anyone who learned the ancient demon rune would have made the same choice as Yang Tai. It was because of the essence of the ancient demon rune that Yang Tai was able to establish an inexplicable connection with the demon will behind the door. That was why he knew what was behind the door and why he said that opening the restriction was his mission. Hua Yulu listened with a pale face and her tender body trembled. She felt that her luck was good enough. Last time, she had only obtained a small flower drum. If she had learned the essence of the ancient demon rune like Yang Tai, she was afraid that Yang Tai's experience would have been the same as hers. She was a woman who loved beauty, yet she had died so miserably. Not to mention her bones, even her body had been used as a secret technique to open the restriction. This was simply unacceptable to her. Shen Bingru also said uneasily, "Will I also be like Yang Tai, become the demon race?" She also saw the ancient demon rune. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The essence of the ancient demon rune is not so easy to understand. Yang Tai may have received some help. It doesn't matter if you've just seen it, but I advise you to forget it completely. No one knows what's so magical about the ancient demon rune." Everyone nodded. After exchanging a glance, they sent their soul avatars into their knowledge seas, found memories of the ancient demon rune, and destroyed them. This way, they would forget what the ancient demon rune looked like and would only remember that it was there. Destroying such memories would cause some damage to their soul, but compared to the risk of becoming the demon race, this damage was acceptable. Yang Kai did not do this. While everyone was destroying their memories, he had been pondering. After everyone weakly opened their eyes, Yang Kai said, "There should be more than one demon rune behind this door. There may be more. We need to do two things now." Chapter 29-22. Gong Yu had already become the demon race, and no one knew if he would come back to destroy the barrier. The spirit array on the blood-red door had been in the flowing time Great Emperor for a long time, and had been destroyed by Gong Yu once before. If it was destroyed again, it might really be broken, so Yang Kai had to stay here as a precaution. This kind of thing had to be done by Yang Kai, and only Yang Kai had the ability to do so. After a brief discussion, everyone hurriedly adjusted their breathing and recuperated. Although Hua Yulu and the others were not injured, the blood sacrifice in the Six Directions unique array had consumed a lot of their strength. If they wanted to leave here and go to Heavenly River Valley, they had to recover for a while. Everyone was an Emperor Realm Master, so they always had some precious life-saving spirit pills on them. Now was not the time to be stingy, so they all took them out and took them. Half a day later, Hua Yulu and the others barely recovered 60% to 70% of their strength. They did not dare to delay, and after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they all returned the way they came, ready to leave this ancient cave mansion together. Not long after, only Yang Kai was left in the grotto. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the sound of water dripping from the inverted stone pillars could be heard. Although this trip to the ancient cave mansion was more daunting than dangerous, Yang Kai still felt a little scared every time he thought of the dangerous moments. 7 people arrived, but only 4 were intact in the end. Wu Kuangyi was blood sacrificed by Yang Tai, and Yang Tai died by self-explosion. Gong Yu was eroded by the demon sense, and the remaining 4 were exhausted. Now that he finally had some time to recover, Yang Kai naturally raced against time. After another day, he slowly opened his eyes and silently sensed his current state. When he felt that he was almost ready, he took out his elder jade disc. This was what Wen Zishan gave him during the coronation ceremony. This elder jade disc not only represented the identity of an Azure Sun Temple elder, but also had many other benefits. Yang Kai slightly urged his Emperor Qi, and the jade disc floated in the air in front of him. Immediately, he changed his hand's seals and constantly pointed at the jade disc. The jade disc buzzed, following Yang Kai's movements. Hidden messages were sent to the Azure Sun Temple through the jade disc. This method of communication wasn't perfect. It couldn't explain things that were too complicated, and it was limited by distance. It could only be used within the same territory. However, it was the only method of long-distance communication in the astral boundary. All the major sects had similar methods. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai put away the jade disc, believing that Azure Sun Temple had already received the news. It wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. He continued to meditate and recover. For more than 10 days, everything was peaceful. Yang Kai's injuries were gradually getting better, and the wounds on his spirit were also slowly recovering. Given a little more time, he felt that he should be able to make a full recovery. He didn't let his guard down and kept a portion of his attention on the blood-red door. Not even the slightest movement could escape his observation. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if he had faintly comprehended the martial Tao. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This enlightenment came inexplicably and without warning, but it was a rare opportunity for any cultivator, so he immediately immersed himself in it and chased after the deeper level of enlightenment. That inexplicable feeling became clearer and clearer. It was as if a plate of delicious food was placed in front of him, within easy reach, but there was an invisible barrier, and he could only smell the aroma. There was no real entrance. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Step by step, he steadily broke through the obstacle in front of him. He had a hunch that if he could really comprehend this level of enlightenment, he would definitely be able to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. He broke through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it wasn't too long ago, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through again, but his experiences these days were too rich. He had already accumulated the capital to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. All he lacked was an opportunity. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed to be just a moment, but it also seemed to be a year and a half. At a certain moment, when he felt that the obstacle was suddenly cleared, a new world appeared in front of him. All kinds of wonderful feelings came from unknown corners and poured into his mind, suddenly giving him an illusion of omnipotence. And those feelings brought him a kind of wonderful feeling, making him involuntarily want to immerse himself in it and explore the mysteries of the peak of the martial Tao. At this moment, Yang Kai's environment was very strange. He felt as if he was standing in a star field, surrounded by stars. Each star represented an elusive concept and the mysteries of the martial Tao. They were the steps to the peak of the martial Tao. He could reach out, and as long as he could pluck these stars, he would be able to achieve greatness that would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and touched those stars. Suddenly, a flame burned in the star field. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the flame. Looking at it didn't matter, but he actually felt an extremely hot feeling, as if his body was being roasted above the flames. And this burning feeling became more and more intense, so intense that Yang Kai almost couldn't bear it. At that moment, a cool and refreshing feeling emerged, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Yang Kai's head, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. The ups and downs of his state of mind made him suddenly alert, and he immediately withdrew his hand. The state of deep seclusion was broken, and Yang Kai became aware of the existence of his physical body. A light flashed in his mind, and he instantly understood what had happened to him. This was not an epiphany, but a trap from the demonic spirit behind the blood-red door. Everything in front of him was just an illusion. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. The stars trembled, bursting with light, and then converged towards a certain place, turning into a dazzling character that stood in the void. This character was completely different from the characters of today's star boundary. It was extremely complex, but it seemed to contain great mysteries. Demonic text. Yang Kai was shocked, not expecting that he would still fall for it despite being so careful. He turned his eyes away, not looking at it, but the light emitted by the character converged into one and, as if it had a consciousness, desperately drilled into Yang Kai's mind, trying to brand the true essence of the demonic text into Yang Kai's mind. At this critical moment, Yang Kai's state of mind calmed down like never before, and his body suddenly bloomed with a layer of seven-colored brilliance, like a rainbow-colored robe shrouding him. The light of the demonic text was blocked by the rainbow-colored robe. Yang Kai sneered and slowly withdrew from this illusion, his divine sense returning to his body. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly without any hindrance, or rather, the demonic spirit did not hinder his ability. In the pitch-black cave, a light was emitted. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that it was the blood-red door emitting light. However, when his divine sense returned, the light gradually converged and finally disappeared. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Yang Kai was terrified. His right eye was burning hot, but his mind was as cool as ice water. It was this alternating heat and cold that woke him up, allowing him to break away from the entanglement of the demonic text. Yang Kai did not know if that demonic text was the same one that Yang Tai had used, because he did not see it clearly. The rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus had turned into a protective barrier that blocked the true essence of the demonic text, not allowing it to penetrate his body. Now that he thought about it, the reason why Yang Tai was able to understand the true essence of an ancient demonic text and develop a demonic nature was probably the same as what he had just encountered. However, Yang Tai was not as lucky as him, and did not have a supreme treasure like the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus, so he was able to understand the true essence of the demonic text. He thought that he had obtained an opportunity and grasped the mysteries of the martial Tao, but he did not know that it was just a bait, which eventually led to a series of tragedies. To be honest, this encounter was an eye-opener for Yang Kai. He had fought against the demon race in the Thousand Illusions dream world for 2 years, but he had never seen the demon race's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. This was the first time he had encountered such a method. This was not an attack, but just to make people mistakenly think that they had obtained some benefits, but in the end, they walked down the wrong path step by step, and finally could not turn back. After this incident, Yang Kai also confirmed that the restriction on the Scarlet Door was indeed severely damaged, and had to be repaired and reinforced quickly. Otherwise, if someone else found this place, it was very likely that the restriction would be destroyed, and the demonic spirit behind the door would be released. In the following days, he was even more careful. No matter what he did, he must divide a part of his attention to pay attention to the changes of the Scarlet Door, and at the same time, guard against any trap set by the demonic spirit. However, after a failure, the demonic spirit behind the door seemed to have realized that Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, and did not have any more abnormalities. Yang Kai's injuries were getting better day by day, and he finally recovered to his original state. After a full month, the experts of the several major sects in the Southern Territory finally arrived. A reply came from the elder Jade Disc, and Yang Kai quickly left the secluded mansion and went to the stone forest above ground to meet them. At this time, the island was surrounded by a poisonous barrier and was sealed off from all sides. It was not time for the monster beast that could merge and become stronger to hunt for food, but after receiving Yang Kai's reply, the masters of the several major sects still decided to force their way out and meet up with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method they used, but standing on the island, Yang Kai heard a rumbling sound, as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Immediately afterward, a ray of light shot out from the colorful poison fog and, like a dragon boat riding the wind, broke through the sea of clouds and landed on the island. Powerful auras spread out one after another, and when the light dissipated, a group of more than 20 people appeared. Yang Kai glanced around and found a few old acquaintances. Led by Star Soul Palace's elder Xiao Yuyang, Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Qin Wenhao, and Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming were all gathered here. Among the four of them, except for Xiao Yuyang, who was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the other three were all second-order emperors. Chapter 29-23. Anyway, I have something to do today, so I'll be heading out in a bit. The first time Yang Kai saw these people was in Maplewood City. At that time, Gao Shueting and the others were still first-order cultivators, but they were still superior to him. Over the years, Gao Shueting was able to break through from the first-order Emperor realm to the second-order Emperor realm, so Qin Wenhao and Feng Ming were naturally not far behind. Both of them had worked hard to catch up and had also advanced in recent years. In addition, there was also a dignified middle-aged man wearing a jade-belted brocade robe. He had an extraordinary bearing and seemed to be the leader of this group. This person was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Behind this middle-aged man stood a dozen or so cultivator, all of them wearing the same clothes. Most of their cultivations were between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai only took a glance and vaguely understood where these people came from, because he saw a familiar face among these cultivator. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with him, only having dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai remembered that this guy was quite bold, even daring to provoke Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wu Chang, and was chased by Wu Chang for many days without suffering any injuries. Since Gong Wenshan was here, it was clear at a glance where this group of people came from. Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The middle-aged First-Order Emperor Realm Master leading this group should be the current Gong family patriarch, Gong Zhen. He was the leading array master in the entire Southern Territory, and his fame was no less than that of the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. In fact, he was even more famous. After all, Gong Zhen was the patriarch of his family, while the Southern Gate Army was just a lone force. Xiao Yuyang was holding a shuttle-shaped artifact in his hand. It glowed brilliantly. The quality was extraordinary, and it was likely that he used this artifact to bring everyone in. Yang Kai had experienced the power of the poison barrier before, so how could an artifact that could break through it be weak? Elder Xiao, Elder Qin, Elder Feng. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted them one by one. He couldn't help but feel like the flowing time great emperor. Back then, when he stood in front of these experts, he still had to maintain a respectful attitude and address them as seniors. Now, he was able to stand on equal footing with these people. Lastly, he greeted Gao Shueting. The latter nodded at him gently. They were all family, so there was no need to be so polite. "You're really causing trouble wherever you go," Xiao Yuyang smiled helplessly, feeling a headache coming upon seeing Yang Kai again. After all, Yang Kai had just left the Star Soul Palace not long ago. Even in Star Soul Palace, there was a problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda. Xiao Yuyang and the other elders suspected that it had something to do with Yang Kai, but the great emperors didn't say much, so they didn't pursue the matter. Fortunately, the problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda wasn't too serious. Then the matter would be left unsettled. "I'm innocent." Yang Kai was expressionless. "I was only asked to do so by someone else. Encountering this matter was also a coincidence. I'm not blaming you." Xiao Yuyang waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "We've already heard about the general situation from Hua Yulu and the others. We also know that this time it has nothing to do with you. In fact, thanks to you, a disaster has been averted in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai said seriously, I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory, so it is my duty to solve problems for the Southern Territory. Chi. Gao Shueting sneered, obviously recalling Yang Kai's identity as the temple master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was still brooding over this and felt that Yang Kai shouldn't have established a sect in the Northern Territory. Instead, he should have just stayed in the temple and become an elder. Yang Kai pretended not to hear her. Looking at Xiao Yuyang, he asked, Elder Xiao, what are you planning to do? Xiao Yuyang said, just as you think, we will reinforce the barrier and seal. In addition, we will list this place as a restricted area, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave. Yang Kai stroked his chin and said, that's good, but there are always curious people in this world who are not afraid of death. The more restricted an area is, the more they want to explore it. They are afraid that they will live too long. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly. That's why we will have to rely on Patriarch Gong's strength. He pointed to the middle-aged man next to him. After the barrier is reinforced, this island will be covered by a spirit array. Ordinary people won't be able to find the way even if they are curious. That would be for the best. Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and cupped his fists. Greetings, Patriarch Gong. Gong Zhen had a complicated look on his face as he returned the greeting. Elder Yang is too polite. I have long heard of Elder Yang's name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You are indeed a dragon among men. Yang Kai responded with a smile. Patriarch Gong is too kind. Gong Zhen said, Patriarch Gong has caused trouble for everyone. Gong Zhen apologizes to Elder Yang on behalf of the Gong family. Yang Kai shook his head and said, there is no need to apologize. Patriarch Gong only needs to reinforce the seal. Gong Zhen nodded lightly and said, although I have already heard what happened from Hua Yulu and Palace Master Hua, I still want to hear it from Elder Yang again. I wonder if that is possible. This matter was related to the reputation of the Gong family's previous patriarch, so he had to be careful. Of course, Yang Kai gestured with his hand and said, let's talk as we walk. The barrier is still deep underground. The group immediately followed Yang Kai down, and as they walked, Yang Kai recounted everything that had happened that day, no matter how big or small. With his cultivation, recalling some trivial matters was naturally not a problem for him, so he spoke quickly and in great detail, including what barriers they encountered along the way and what everyone's reactions were. Everyone just listened and no one asked anything. However, when Yang Kai mentioned the demonic character, the mood of the people from the Emperor realm clearly changed. They obviously felt that this method was too incredible. It was just a character that contained some kind of true essence, but it could actually cause people to develop a demonic nature and even make it their mission to break the barrier on the Blood-Red Gate. However, Yang Tai's previous performance clearly proved this point. Not long after, everyone arrived at the grotto below. Yang Kai waved his hand and cast a wizard spell, releasing a light to illuminate the grotto. He pointed ahead and said, this is the gate that seals the demonic spirit. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked forward. Yang Tai and Wu Kuangyi died in front of the gate, and their blood and flesh were not cleaned up. It was not that Yang Kai was lazy, but he deliberately left them behind. However, what everyone saw now was only dried up pieces of flesh on the ground, without any trace of blood. All the blood had been absorbed by the gate. Also, I want to tell everyone that when I was meditating here, the demonic spirit behind the gate tried to brand the true essence of a demonic character into my mind. Fortunately, I was alert enough and withdrew in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as Yang Tai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Gao Shueting hurriedly asked, are you sure you're okay? A worried and nervous look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her concern was obvious. I'm very sure, Yang Kai responded with a serious expression. Xiao Yuyang's expression became serious as he said, so, your previous speculation was correct. There is more than one demonic spirit behind this gate. I'm afraid there are more. Yang Kai shrugged and said, whether there are or not, this place must be completely sealed. That's why we came. Xiao Yuyang turned to look at Gong Zhen and said, "We will have to trouble family Master Gong with the following matters." Gong Zhen cupped his fists and said, "The Gong family is duty-bound." Saying so, he floated forward and stood in front of the gate, his divine sense surging as he began to investigate the situation of the barrier. Xiao Yuyang and the others were on high alert, ready for any sudden danger. After a while, Gong Zhen said, "The situation is good. Although the barrier has been here for a long time, the ancient gate must have expected this when it was set up, so there is a self-repairing spirit array. As long as we reinforce it carefully, there shouldn't be any major problems." Hearing his words, everyone relaxed. Gong Zhen continued, "I will need a few days to come up with a plan. During this time, I will have to trouble everyone to guard this place." Xiao Yuyang said, "Rest assured, family Master Gong, I will keep watch here." Gong Zhen gently nodded and walked to the side to find a clean place to sit down cross-legged. He then took out many strange things from his space ring, as if he was preparing to deduce something. Xiao Yuyang turned to look at Yang Kai. Gong Yu was eroded by the demonic spirit and escaped after turning into the demon race. This is a big problem that needs to be solved thoroughly, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai grinned, "I can track his location." Xiao Yuyang's eyes lit up. It was the right choice to come to you first. It seems that you were prepared. Yang Kai said, "I hope he didn't find out." As early as when Gong Yu turned into the demon race and left, Yang Kai had already made plans and secretly left a hidden mark on him. At that time, Gong Yu's consciousness was in chaos and he couldn't notice it, so Yang Kai easily succeeded. At that time, Yang Kai told Hua Yulu and the others that he had two things to deal with. The second thing was to hunt down Gong Yu. However, the other three didn't have this ability, so Yang Kai didn't say anything and could only wait here for the arrival of a master. "I will guard this place. I will leave Gong Yu's matter to you." Xiao Yuyang glanced at the several second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Chen Wenhao said, "Rest assured, Elder Xiao. We will not let you down." The few of them came together to check the barrier on the blood-red gate and to hunt down Gong Yu. They originally wanted to get some useful clues from Yang Kai, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to track Gong Yu's location. This made things much easier. With 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters working together, even if Gong Yu had the same cultivation, he wouldn't be a match for them. What's more, Yang Kai had already recovered to his peak, so he alone was enough to deal with Gong Yu. There's no time to lose. Let's move out now, Xiao Yuyang ordered. It had been more than a month since the incident, and no one knew where Gong Yu had run off to. If they delayed for too long, the mark left by Yang Kai might lose its effect or be discovered by him. The few of them didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Gong Zhen, who was in the middle of his deduction, suddenly spoke up, "If possible, I hope that you can bring back the old family head's corpse." He didn't ask them to spare Gong Yu's life because he knew that the demon sense had invaded his body. Even if they spared his life, Gong Yu would no longer be Gong Yu. The old family head had been wise all his life, but his reputation was ruined in his old age, and even the Gong family was implicated. Gong Zhen couldn't help but sigh.